Welcome, Friday, and it's time for feedback today. I know it's not the first Friday of the month, but we did some production stuff last week, so we moved it a week, and that's why today we're doing feedback. So if you want to send in the track, go to the Discord link in the chat, and go to the channel for the feedback, and put your submission there. That's a slow cooker, if you ask me. I mean, to give it something, it was doing like a liter of water, so I got myself a nice amount of tea for tonight. So I hope you're doing good. Let's see if we're getting some. Wait. Pyro, didn't you already send in a track? Oh, you renamed it. Okay. I'll re-download it as well. I don't know what's happening with Discord tonight, but the downloads going from Discord are slow as hell. It takes like a long time for the download to actually start, for some reason. They do download fast, but just starting the download for some reason is pretty slow on Discord today. It's fine though. Okay, let me set this all up properly. Let's go there. Welcome. Discord syncs with my water cooker. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are you doing, mate? No, it's slow for some reason, but it's fine. So if there's gonna be any more tracks coming in, I'll check those in a bit. And of course, as I go to the Discord now, something comes in. Let me download that. Downloading. I was too fast. Download. There we go. Cool. We got a couple of ones to start with, and then we'll check back into the Discord later. So yeah, I hope you're doing good. It's actually been pretty crazy out here in terms of the weather this last week. Like today is actually the first day that it's not snowing. I've not seen this much snow in the Netherlands in a really long time, actually. So I do think it's the same thing across more areas in Europe. But it was pretty crazy out here. My supermarket. I went to the supermarket like what was it, yesterday or the day before yesterday, and I was just I shuffled my way across the snow to the supermarket to get some food, and I come at the supermarket. And I'm like, what the hell is happening here? There's like no vegetables, no fruit, no meat. Like all the aisles were just completely empty. I was like, what the hell? I've not seen that in like, I don't know, I guess since COVID. So yeah, it's been pretty snowy out here the past days. And today was like the first day it was a little bit hotter again, and it had been raining today, so there's like all the snow is mostly gone. It's just like a bit of like dirty fucking mush now everywhere. So it's absolutely not pleasant to go outside right now. But there's like this, I don't know what it's not really a storm. They call it a storm, like a winter storm, I guess. That's right across, like the center of it is right across my house right now, basically. Um, but they were saying that it was gonna like, there was gonna be a lot of wind and shit. Well, I have not seen any wind today, so I don't know what's up with that. Maybe because the center is right above here and there's like wind elsewhere. Um, but it's supposed to get really cold this weekend. Like I was looking at the news earlier today, like at the weather forecast, and it told me that we're getting like I believe tomorrow or the night after tomorrow, we're gonna get temperatures somewhere between -15 and -20 or something. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, I'm not made for that shit. I don't know if that's like gonna be like the actual temperature or if it's just gonna be like more like it feels like that, but still, like that's yo, that's not for me, man. That's way too cold. And I guess it's gonna snow again as well. Like trains were fucked. The airport was entirely fucked. Even buses and shit were not riding. So it was the subway here. It was basically not driving properly as well. I was like, what the hell? No, exactly. I was checking out like because I woke up a couple of days earlier, like a couple of days ago, and I woke up and it had snowed a lot across over the night, basically. And I woke up and I measured the amount of snow on the table in my backyard, and there was like 22 centimeters of snow on top of it. I was like, dude, I've not seen that much snow at all, and especially not that it like lasts for like a week, basically, because it's been there for like a week or so, and now it's kind of gone. But I can't remember when the last time was that we had this much snow. I know one time that's like I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. But that was like maybe 2 days, and then after 2 days it was all gone again. But now it was like a whole week. And, and like I said, I came in the supermarket. I was like, "What the hell is going on here?" There's like no fresh food or anything. So luckily, I still had some leftovers, which I was able to dig into. But still, I did not expect that. But I'm really dreading the upcoming day or two. I guess after that it's gonna get better. It's gonna get hotter, but still, like temperatures of -15. Fuck no. Yeah, I'm a little bit further south, Greedo. So, like we had this. I forgot the name of this storm thing, whatever it is. I don't really think it's a storm, but I guess I saw some images from the north of the Netherlands, and there it was pretty bad wind with combined with snow, kind of blizzard conditions almost. So, I guess it is. I forgot the name. It had like I think it had a French name or something, but because it's right across the Netherlands right now, it's sort of like the south of the Netherlands is getting like warm air coming from the south, and then the north of the Netherlands is getting like air from, I guess, the Scandinavian countries, like the Arctic, that kind of area. So it's like really big difference between the north and the south. So here it's kind of all gone now, except for like the dirty fucking mess on the streets right now. It's like absolutely not pleasant. But as I was going to the supermarket today, it actually started going into like snow again, or like I guess not snow, sort of like half snow, half rain, which is like the worst. So I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow again. It'll be completely white again. Anyways, So that was my week. Cool. Let's just get started and we'll see what we have today, how many tunes there come in. Let me fire that up. Why are you small? Do that. You're not late at all? No, exactly. We're just getting started. It's called Ellie in Germany. Yeah, I don't know what it's called out here, but I had like a French name or something. I don't know. Something with a G. That's what I remember. The name started with a G. And I think it was a French name or something. I don't know where it is right now. Let's see. Is it still across here? It's moved further south. It's starting to move towards the southeast. So I guess now I'm gonna head into the air coming from the north, which means it's gonna get cold out here. Ah, yeah, Goretti, that was the name. Which, I don't know, that sounds more Italian, but who knows. Cool. Let's get started. First tune. Have I soloed the track? No. Let's do that. Otherwise, we're not going to hear anything. Have I started it already? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. Prozac. Fading. Drums could be louder though, I think. Or just like... sparkle in the drums. Yeah, it's lacking high end. That already sounds better. Vibe is alright though. Oh, I like that sound. That was really cool. Yeah, Greedo. So, even though the sub in this is actually pretty high pitched, like if we look at the sub here, for instance, you can see it's sitting really high. you might also be able to drop it an octave, the sub, depending on the note that it's playing. Like some of these notes are like playing a D, and you could probably get away with D an octave lower, and it will feel more weighty because the sub is actually pretty high. But on the other hand, you know, that might not sound too great with this kind of drum and bass, but you would have to test it out. I do think it could be a little bit lower. It does feel a little bit high. It's an E flat minor. Okay, E flat minor. Yeah, it looked somewhere around D here on the EQ, so that makes sense. But yeah, there's a lack of high frequencies in this. So you can hear with just that boost, it already sounded a lot better. Really in this area, and I would say mostly on like the drums. If you get like some sparkle in the drums on here, it will probably already sound a lot better. Because if I'm boosting this, it's obviously also boosting the high frequencies in the synth. So you would probably want to do it not on the entire track, obviously, but I feel like maybe some extra cymbals in the drums, or just in general, just getting some more high end in the drums would be a really good thing for this one. Now I do wonder what this would sound like with a lower sub though. Like if I, let's see, it is 174 probably, from the looks of it. Like if I hear this first part, like it feels like it's missing some weight, and that could be because the sub is quite high. 175. Okay, then there's probably a little gap here at the start because it's an MP3 file. Yeah, exactly. That always happens with MP3 files. But like it feels like it's lacking a little bit of weight at the start of the drop. Now what you could maybe do is, because I'm mostly feeling like a lack of weight on this first kick. What if you have like a little bass step right here that plays the sub an octave lower and does like, I don't know, maybe some pitch bend down or something, so that it really emphasizes that first beat. Just to give it that initial weight on the first kick, and then you go into the main sort of like sound. That might work, but you would have to test it out, see if that actually works. Yeah, exactly. Like some like a kind of a almost like a growl or something, you know, like a pretty cool like step sound, basically. There was one other sound that I really liked, and that one kind of is similar to what I'm thinking of. That could maybe work. Was it this one? Yeah, that is maybe a little bit higher, but it still has like that amount of sub that I would want. Like that sub is low, right? Something that has that sort of like octave of sub, so that it gives it the initial weight. Might even be able to try this one out actually, and see if that works. But I think maybe a different sort of like one might also be cool. Now, other than that, it's the track is nice. It's really just the mix right now that I would focus on. Get that extra high end in there, because without it, it really sounds a bit sort of like dull, a bit muffled. Like the sub is pretty loud here compared to the high frequencies. Somebody is saying like parallel saturation could work, but most of the time stuff like that is just, well, you can just fix it with some EQ. Is most of the time more than enough. Like, sure, you can saturate the highs and see if you can do that, but most of the time you don't really have to do that, and most of the time it's just literally just a matter of EQing it differently, and that's, you know, you can sort of like get that kind of thing going. Are there... Yeah, there's like some ride cymbal kind of thing in the background, so that is already like the high-end stuff that you need. You just need to boost it. And same with the snare, like the snare wants extra high-end as well, for sure. Yeah, nice one. Nice one. You've actually sent in some pretty cool tunes over the months that we've been doing these feedback streams again, so that's nice. Love to see more of you in the future. Next one, what do we have here? We got React, Sound of the System. Okay, cool. See what this is.
Get gone to the sound of the system. To keep it going to the sound of the system. We get gone to the sound of the system. To keep it going to the sound of the system. We get gone to the sound of the system. To keep it going to the sound of the system. Sound of the system. Keep it going to the sound of the system. Gone to the sound of the system. Keep it going to the sound of the system.
Was that it? Okay, that was it. I was expecting a breakdown. Yeah, I think this is actually not the type of drum and bass I normally listen to, but I do have a little bit of a thing that I would add to this. So I would really want that sort of like main bass sound to feel like it's really chugging, you know? And right now it sort of like doesn't, if that makes any sense. So it's lacking a little bit of like, someone in chat also said it, but it's lacking a bit of something here. But I also think it just wants a bit more, how am I gonna describe that? A bit more sort of like emphasis on that 1/8 note sort of like pattern. Because if I boost it, you know, it just starts sounding muddy. How would we achieve that? You cut a ton out of there. Yeah, well, it feels like it's lacking a little bit. But it also, I feel like it could also just be that the sound of that bass wants a little bit of an extra layer or something. Or you could even try, you know, adding in the patch of it, you could try adding a little bit of a pitch envelope as well, so that it sort of like emphasizes every start of every 8 note a little bit, and really sort of like creates that sort of like, well, what I would say a chugging kind of sound. It already does it a little bit, but I feel like it could be emphasized a bit. You said about the vocal that's your own voice. I think you actually did pretty well with that. You have the harmonic series on one of the mid sounds. I could turn it up. Yeah, true. The harmonic series is just sine waves. Yeah, it's that's literally what it is. It's just sine waves at different ratios, which is a really good oscillator for making bass sounds. Actually, I use it a lot when I do FM stuff because it's just a really nice sort of like set of frequencies that you can use. But thanks, Prozac. Thanks for the 10 euros. Thanks a lot, Prozac. A little bit more processing on the vocal would be nice. Yeah, maybe. Let me recheck, actually. I think you did a pretty decent job, especially given the fact that it's your own voice. I've tried this a couple of times, you know, using my own voice in a project, and honestly, I usually fucking hate it. But that's also that's probably also the whole thing where most of the time you'll end up hating the sound of your own voice. I know that that's sort of like a phenomenon that happens. I tried it a couple of times, but most of the times when I get to the point where I'm like, oh, I need a vocal, most of the times I'm looking for a female vocal or something that is sang, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, but with my voice I will not be able to replicate anything close to that, so I usually just, you know, accept that. Like the only times my voice can definitely work is if I need like some spoken thing. I'll just record it and then I'll pitch it down a couple of semitones, and that usually makes it sound pretty decent. Add some like compression, multiband compression on it, but that's usually where it'll end. Like anything that's like higher, I'm sorry, but my voice will not go high. It's tough. Put it through an AI to sound American or something. I mean, I can like accent wise, it's usually pretty alright. I've actually had people tell me like it is that I know that you're Dutch, because otherwise I wouldn't even know. Which I think is bullshit. Like if I listen to my own voice, I can definitely hear that I'm Dutch, but still, compared to some Dutch people, yeah, okay, cool. I get where you're going at, you know? Like a lot of Dutch people, when they speak English, you'll clearly hear that they're Dutch. I think you can still hear it with me too, but I guess to a lesser degree. I usually start liking it when I totally doesn't sound like me anymore. Yeah, exactly. I would have to really, you know, like pitch it down a lot, do like some crazy amount of, I don't know, multiband compression or even like some saturation or distortion on it to really make it sound like dirty as fuck. And then yeah, sure, maybe I'll maybe even shift down the formant or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Our old prime minister, like when he speaks English, it's just like, dude, get some fucking lessons, mate. Get like a linguistic expert or something to teach you some shit because you're representing our country, and when you go abroad and speak English, it's like I'm just cringing, you know. When he the times he went out to go to the US to meet with Trump, like, oh my god, mate. Like he was a pretty good speaker, but still, he should have he should have gotten a couple of lessons of English. Like, not that he's bad at English, but just his pronunciation would be, yeah, that could definitely be better.
We get gone to the sound of the system. To keep it going to the sound of the system. We get gone to
Yeah, maybe even just like on the vocal, maybe even like some multiband compression would be nice. And I would almost argue that maybe even try shifting it down one or two semitones more to give it a little bit more weight. That might be nice. Or, you know, it really depends on what sounds good, of course. Formant shifting would also be possible, which you said you were already doing, but I almost would maybe go even lower.
we get gone to the sound of the system.
But that's also my personal taste, I guess.
To keep it going to the sound of the system. We get
More,
gone to
yeah,
the sound
exactly.
of the system.
But like maybe some multiband compression, like you know, like OTT obviously is like the so like the main go-to in Ableton. But like you wouldn't want to do like 100% of it, but like just putting like a subtle amount of that on the vocal can usually work pretty well, or some very subtle saturation or distortion. Like I often like using the Ableton Overdrive on vocals like this. If I use like some hip hop vocal sample or something like that that I've chopped out of a hip hop acapella. Like Overdrive and OTT are two things that I would usually put on there, but both with like subtle amounts, just so that it makes it sound a little bit dirtier. And then in very rare cases, even like some bit crush, but that's like very rare. Most of the time, just a bit of overdrive and like multiband dynamics, like OTT preset, but then just dial it down so that it's like very subtle. And if I use OTT on vocals, I usually bring up the time as well so that it really, it doesn't really bring up the sustain too much. It just keeps sort of like the dynamics of the sound intact. It just sort of like compresses the low end up a little bit, and you would sometimes have to EQ it again afterwards because it can get a bit much. But any multiband compression would do, of course. Like OTT is just the stock one in Ableton that everybody knows, that, or at least everyone that uses Ableton. Ableton Speech Enhancer is good. Ableton Speech Enhancer. Oh, that's a preset for the multiband dynamics. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of good presets for the multiband dynamics. One as well is what was it called again? The reduce ambience. That one's also pretty good. Like if you have a sound that just has a lot of like reverb in the background or stuff that's just, you know, quietly in the background, and you want to bring that down a bit, but not like use an actual gate to make it like, you know, completely quiet in sections where there's only quiet sounds. The reduce ambience preset can sometimes make things very, very good. And like it's very like most of the times I will also just set it up myself with just the stock multiband dynamics and not use any of the presets depending on what I'm going for. But those are just some quick methods to get some cool sounds. Bytes. I wouldn't necessarily do that. trying to put more of your voice on the side or with more of a stereo effect. I mean, you could do that, but you have to be careful that you're not creating phasing between the mid channel and the side channel. It's definitely okay to do some side stuff on the voice. And the easiest way to do that without getting phasing would be if you, for instance, add something to the vocal. Let's say you add a chorus or something, you know, something that makes it a bit wider. So let's say you add a chorus, that would make it wider, right? And then what I would do is I would put the chorus at 100% dry wet, group it, and then create another chain so that you have the dry as well there. And then obviously the volume of this is gonna be how much of that chorus is gonna be mixed in. But if you do it like this, it will create phasing between the chorus and the dry channel. So what you can do, and this will work with any stereo processing, whether it's convolution reverb or anything, you can put a utility after it, and then switch that to mid-side mode. We have to right-click on the width, switch it to mid-side mode, and then just bring it all up to the sides, which basically means that it removes any of the mid information that is coming out of the chorus, and it will only have the chorus playing on the sides, or at least it will only the sides will be left. And then when you mix that back in, you don't get any phasing with sort of like the mid channel. So whatever is there in the mid channel will still be completely intact when it's summed to mono, but you can still add like width to the sound without it sort of like affecting the mid channel, which is, in my opinion, a really good way. I use that a lot on drums as well. Like if I will, like let's say I have some drums that sound really good. I like the sound of them, but they're pretty mono, which, you know, can happen depending on what samples you're using or how you've made the drums. Then I would sometimes add like some really short convolution reverb on the sound, but I don't want that to affect the mid channel that basically sounds good already. I just wanted to add width. I will do the same thing. Well, just add a utility and bring that up all the way so that basically only plays the sides, and then that will be added to the drums. And then if you sum it to mono, whatever is in this channel where the utility is brought all the way up to the sides, it's just going to disappear. It's not going to affect what is in the mids, it's just going to disappear completely. So that way you can add width to sounds without it, you know, messing up the whole mix, which is kind of a nice way of doing it. And that could probably work on the vocals, actually.
We get going to the sound.
There's a little tiny bit of the vocal in the sides, actually, but it's very subtle, so you could probably add some more stuff, yeah, to make it wider. It would probably be pretty nice, actually.
We get going to the sound of the system. We keep it going to the sound of the system.
Yeah, other than that, not too much to say about this one. I do like it. I just wish that I don't know, that the bass is lacking something, and it's sort of like in the low mids. Maybe a bit of saturation on it can help to bring it out as well, but I can't really show that because if I'm gonna add saturation to this, it's just gonna saturate the whole track. But like maybe the bass can have a bit more saturation so that it just, I don't know, feels a bit more weightier. Because I do feel like the chugging sound that I was describing is actually there. It's just that it's lacking something.
The sound of the system. We get going to the sound of the system. We keep it going to the sound of the system. We get going to the sound of the system.
Maybe even some distortion on it. Just mix it in parallel or something. Just to give it like some extra dirt. Make it sound dirty as hell. It might be good. Cool. Next one. I'm scared of this one. Because the title is saying 200 beats per minute. I'm scared. Effects on that vocal that would be cool. There is Spectral Resonator. Spectral Resonator is cool. I'm not sure if I would do it on this vocal. It's a pretty cool effect, but I mean, could work maybe, but 200 BPM ain't fast. No, it's not that. I mean, I've been to parties that where the BPM was definitely a lot higher than 200, but don't get me wrong. I've been to parties where at the end of the night they were playing speedcore or they were playing breakcore shit, and you know, yeah, I've definitely seen some pretty crazy nights, but still. We're getting fast today, it seems. Gabber goes to 220. Yeah, maybe. After that, you'll get into terror category, you know, which I've seen plenty of parties of. I've been to plenty of those parties, and then after that, you know, you get to usually end of the night shit where it gets to BPM levels where basically you can't dance to it anymore. And everybody is just so well, I guess it's more the drugs doing its thing except for the music at that point. Now breakcore you can actually still enjoy, in my opinion. Like depending on the speed, of course, because there's a wide range of different speeds that you can have with breakcore. There's like some breakcore I will enjoy, while there's also breakcore that I won't enjoy. I've actually had some pretty cool breakcore shows where I've been. One of them, which I will probably never forget, was Bong Ra, and I believe there were a couple of other ones that evening as well, but it was like in a park in the middle of Rotterdam. So like it was literally in the open air during the summer. It was amazing. Just like a massive open field in a park with a big stage and just absolutely insanely loud breakcore music. It was great. In the middle of the day as well, in the sun. It was like so good. The entire park smelled like weed, but it was amazing. Sadly, I've never been able to see Venetian Snares. Like I've always wanted to see them, but yeah, I have not been able to. I never had a party where I was able to go to them. I'm very glad that I was able to witness a Bong Ra party though. I forgot the name of the other artist. There was another artist that was relatively big. What was it called? I believe it's like FFF, triple F. That was there. And there was an MC as well. And I believe his name was Assassin, MC Assassin. And I remember being at that party, and he was MCing, and I was standing pretty close to the stage. And you know, this was in the days where I would smoke like shit ton of weed. And he was asking for like a rolling paper to the crowd, and I handed him one. And then after the party, I was on my way home, and I step out of the subway right here in the village where I lived, and I step out and I'm like, wait a second, isn't that the same guy? Isn't that the MC just walking there in front of me, like stepping out of the subway at a different car? Dude actually ended up living in my street. I never knew. So went to his home, smoked some more weed, and stayed there until like I don't know, like 3 in the morning or something. Igor is amazing as well. I have no clue what Barrier Noir. What is that? I don't know that. Yeah, it was funny as fuck. It was very funny. I just walked, basically a couple of meters behind him, and I just walk up to him. He hadn't noticed me at all because he had his headphones on, and I just tapped him on the shoulder, and he turns around. And I'm like, "Yo, mate." He's like, "Wait a second, I saw you." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I was bouncing around in front of your stage. What the fuck are you doing here?" And he's like, "I'm just going home." I'm like, "Going home? Dude, going home? Where are you going then? You're walking the same direction as I am." He's like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm going here." And I'm like, "Dude, that's literally the same street where I live. Why did I never knew you were living there?" Well, he actually ended up not living there full time. He was just staying there for like a couple of weeks with like somebody else that actually did end up living in my street, but it was quite funny. We had a laugh. Now I did see I did when we're talking about breakcore, I did see Aaron Spectre from I believe isn't he Canadian, I think. He also goes by Drum Corps. Um Man, that I've seen him like 3 times live. Once as Aaron Spectre and then 2 times as Drum Corps, and that was insane as well. But that was inside of a club, so that was indoors. Yeah, Bongra I've seen multiple times as well. I used to go to like drum and bass parties here in a club, and they would have Limewax and Counter Strike, ID and Hidden, Technical Itch, all those guys, the Panacea, um, and they would usually be there like Limewax, especially like Limewax and Counter Strike. They would be there like almost like every month, basically. So I don't even know how many times I've seen Limewax perform. Like I literally cannot get that I will not never be able to get that tune Agent Orange out of my head for the rest of my life. Like that main melody, dude, I will never forget that. Even if I wanted to. There's been one night, one show where I believe that tune was like an X amount of years old or something, and or was it his birthday party or something like that? Dude, the entire night, every DJ played that tune like I would say 3 or 4 times in their set. There's been moments where that tune was just mixed into like several other tunes for 50 minutes straight, and that an entire night. And I was pretty much done after that night. Could not hear the tune anymore. But Limeworks, he would be there like almost every month, so I've seen him so many times. Counter Strike as well. Same with like ID and Hidden. Um, a lot of those guys, Technical Age as well. A couple of times Blackson Empire, I believe, but that was more like regular drum and bass, I guess. And it was the best atmosphere as well, like a really tiny club in like a sweaty underground club, you know? Like it was a club with like 2 rooms. One was like um more like a bar slash like cafe, I guess, with like a small stage. Usually during the middle of the week there would be like bands playing there, like rock bands and stuff like that. It was also a place where like bands could practice during the week because they had like some practice rooms as well. And this was like a really nice sort of like room because you would usually have during the drum and bass parties you would have like a dubstep party in the other room. So there would be like just a bar with like actual like table setup and shit like that. You could get some food and shit, and then there would be like a small stage with like a dubstep DJ playing most of the time. And then in the other room, which is like the dark den, basically, with sweat dripping from the ceiling, was like a little bit bigger, but it was maybe max 400 people or something, and it would always be completely packed. And it was just the best atmosphere ever. And then every like once in a while you would just go go outside to get some fresh air, and you would literally just be at the water side of the river in Rotterdam. So you would just be sitting by the water side and then just go back inside. It was amazing. Such a good place. We had a couple of those clubs actually, because after that club closed, those same parties went to a different club, and that club was kind of similar. It had like 2 rooms or 3 rooms, and one of them was like in the ground floor area where you would come in, and then there was another room which was like the room for like the drum and bass and like the dark and heavy music, and that was in the basement, and that was also that room was absolutely nasty. It was like if there was sweat dripping from the ceiling in the first club that I talked about, then this one was even worse, especially at the end of the night. It was horrible, but it was amazing, you know. Just a little bit more expensive in terms of the drinks. The first club was amazing. It was cheap. It was like an absolutely amazing place. Good sound as well, and always packed with artists. Like every drum and bass show, they would have like 8 different DJs. So it was always good. And because it was so small, there was no like backstage area or anything like that. So the DJs would just be hanging out in the middle of the crowd, you know, like chilling at the bar or just, you know, walking through the crowd until it was their turn to perform. So it was an amazing little place. Still sad that it's closed down, you know? Cool. Let's see what we got here. So far, it's not that fast. I would say this is then more half time. It was a great place, man. I've had so many good nights there. Okay, well, there we go. I don't know, but a lot of this just sounds pretty random to me. Now, you did say that this was like, what, 10 years old or something? So I'll give you a little bit of slack. But this part is kind of cool. Okay, it wasn't as scary as I thought it was gonna be. like with this tempo, I don't know, man. My brain just wants a shitload of distortion. Where do we send in tracks? The Discord. I'll do that real quick. One moment. Let me also. I need some more tea. Yeah, just go to the Discord and follow the instructions there. Yeah, I don't know, man. This kind of stuff. I like the last part, but it's pretty difficult for me to give feedback on this, honestly. I do like the last part. My brain just wants like more distortion when I hear this kind of stuff. Like I almost would like add like I don't know, like some kind of a heavy amount of distortion on it. Also, it feels like, well, I mean, I know that this is old, so we're talking about like what? What did you say again? How old this was? 10 years ago. So I guess it makes sense that it's not up to today's sort of like production standards, and that it feels a bit quiet in parts. You know, it felt like one big section. Yeah, kind of. Well, I would agree that maybe the last part kind of sounded different. There was one area where there was like, what was it? It almost sounded like a Japanese/Asian melody coming in. That thing felt so out of place and random. I was like, what the hell? Where is it? There. And then it just also was gone again. So I was like, okay. Now, granted, I don't really listen to this kind of music normally. At all. So what am I going to give in terms of feedback on this? Like, it's an old tune. So mix could be better. Like, there's not much else for me to say, honestly. I didn't enjoy it though. Also, let me check. What do we have in the Discord? We got a couple of things. Maltese Falcon, what is that? Is that a video? Oh, are you sending videos now? Jesus Christ, Discord is so slow today. I click download and it's just like loading. Oh yeah, it's an MP4 file. Okay, well that's cool. Let me grab these real quick. Download that one. Okay, that's all of them. Okay, Maltese Falcon, I'll have to remember that we check yours out. I don't want to put the MP4 file in here in Ableton. I know that Ableton can play video, but it sometimes is buggy as hell. So, you know what? We're just gonna do this. So I know that that is you. You need to go there, and then we have the next one right there. And I'll just play the video file itself because I can't be bothered to have Ableton crash. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about this one, honestly. Like, it's not something I would be able to give much feedback on. This is so out of my comfort zone in terms of like music. So yeah, we're gonna move on to the next one. Oh, Jesus Christ, my tea is so fucking hot still. Almost burned my tongue. Cool, next one. We got Mark Taylor with The Great Equation. This sounds more like it's up my my comfort zone.
I'd rather try and accomplish something great and fail than try to accomplish nothing. My dear friend, you truly are perfect.
Oh yeah.
Accomplish nothing.
I like that sub, that wiggly
My dear
sub
friend,
sound. It's nice.
my dear friend.
I would almost say that the clap is a little long. I would try and maybe shorten the clap to really get that sounding really tight. Because right now it feels like the clap is just a tad long, you know? It's not too big of a deal, but I would sort of like try and really tighten that up. In my opinion, that in drum and bass, if I use a clap, it's usually really short. For like, well, drums and drum bass usually in general are pretty short, but
Then try to accomplish nothing. My dear friend, you truly are perfect. Accomplish nothing. My dear friend. Then try to
feels like it's dragging a little bit here, I would say.
My dear friend.
But that's basically the end, so it's fine. One other thing maybe, let me check real quick. I do like a lot of these sounds, it's really nice, but I feel like there's a little bit of disconnect between the drop
I'd rather try and accomplish
and
something great and
the
fail
break and the
than
intro.
try to accomplish nothing. My dear friend, you truly are perfect.
Like, there is nothing really in the intro and breakdown that sort of like reminds me of anything in the drop, if that makes any sense. Would be nice if there was like, I don't know, like some kind of a sound from the drop that was introduced in the intro to kind of bridge the two together a little bit more and give them sort of like a common element that sort of like is present there. So is there like a bass step on the first beat? I think there is. Yeah. So something like that sound, and then introduce it in the break, and I guess the intro as well. But then maybe with like a lot of reverb on it, and then filtered so that it's like, you know, so like, I guess preparing you for what is gonna come, if that makes any sense. You could like put a lot of reverb on it first, and automate the reverb, or maybe automate the filter on top of it, so it sort of like has some movement and has some maybe builds up a little bit as well because of that. Maybe the filter opens up over time, something like that. Because right now it feels like there is it's good, but it feels like there is a bit of disconnect between the intro and the drop, because there is sort of like nothing really that I guess is an element that sits in both. Which I guess is fine, but I like it when there is like something in the build or in the break or intro that just reminds me of what is happening in the drop. And because you have that sound, and there's like a couple of layers there, I think. You have the main sort of like bass layer, but then there's also like almost like a donk sound at the 8th note, at the offbeat. So like maybe that sound could also be that one that hits right there. Like maybe having that in the intro and then with like a ton of reverb on it, and then filtering it in, like, or even just fading it in with a volume automation, something like that, so it gets louder towards the drop. Or maybe just use it once, you know, like with a really long reverb tail, use it once so that it just kind of just, you know, maybe at the start of the build, right there, just so it sort of like bridges those two sections a bit more. It's actually something you hear a lot in drum and bass. And you could also, you know, like you have the sort of like the basses here. Like you can also introduce some kind of a filtered, I guess, sort of like a version of that bass, that sort of like 8th note kind of bass. Like there's a couple of different things you could do in terms of that to bridge the two sections. Like you could make a sound that does a similar rhythm as that, and then really heavily filter it, and then automate the filter in the build, for instance, to kind of introduce that, and then maybe towards the end of the build start adding more and more reverb to it, so that it really becomes like almost like part of the rise of the build, if that makes sense. And then right before the drop you take everything out, you just, you know, cut all that reverb and then go into the drop. Something like that, or just like I said, just having like that one main step and then using that in the intro. But other than that, I really like this one. Really nice. Like I said, the drums are good. I just think that the clap, if you tighten it up, make it a bit shorter, would just make it sound even better. I know what the best way to describe the clap is. It feels a little loose. Is that the right word? Like, just maybe even just like with a transient shape, or just, you know, fade out the tail a little bit, just to kind of make it even snappier, even tighter. I really like that sub. That sub is nice. Should I show them the second drop at all? I mean, yeah, I did feel like maybe towards the end it was dragging a little bit, so you could maybe cut, like, I don't know, what is this drop? Is it 64? Yeah, it's 64 bars. You could maybe cut it down to like 48. Something like that. Like cut out one 16-bar section. It's actually pretty common in drum and bass to have like the first drop be 64 bars and then the second drop be 48. Kind of helps to fix like any sort of like issues with it feeling like it's dragging on. Like I feel like most of the times if you want to have a second drop that is 64 bars, there needs to be something that is really making that drop different from the first one and make it stand out from the first one, for it to not get too repetitive. And if it's like a drop that kind of has the same vibe and isn't really necessarily doing too much new stuff, then yeah, probably cutting it down a little bit shorter can work pretty well to fix that. Other than that, nice tune though. I like this one. Cool. Let's see, next up. Is my tea colder already? Yeah, it's drinkable. Next one, Aftermath Audio, Nebula, 100 beats per minute, F minor. So this is not drum and bass. It also looks really dynamic. So let's see what we got here. Do we have a second Angelite? Who knows? It's actually pretty nice. I do think though, like, but that all depends on what this is used for. I think there's a little bit too much of the silence areas happening. Like, you know, you've got these silence breaks right there, and there's one right there, and then there's another one right after it here. And some of these are pretty long. So depending on what you would use this for, and then here as well, you've got one and then another one. So like, there's a lot of these areas where it just cuts out the silence. I would probably have used that less, because I guess silence is a great thing to use, but the more you use it, the less impactful those moments are, if that makes sense. So, but again, that completely depends on what it's used for, you know? I could see this being like a track in like some kind of a trailer-ish kind of thing, for sure. Now I do wonder, maybe it could be a little bit more compressed in terms of, well, the entire thing. But then again, this kind of music also lends itself to be more dynamic. So we've also just come from a drum and bass track, which is absolutely smashed. So maybe that is throwing off things a little bit. But maybe like instead of going to like complete silence in these areas, you can also play around with like some like subtle atmosphere in the background still. Or like maybe even just like some reverb tails or stuff like that, just so maybe not even go to complete silence. Some really subtle Foley or something like that, just some stuff in the background still that. And then you can of course use silence, like for instance maybe in front of here, in front of sort of like the big change. But then in like some of the other areas, maybe have like some very subtle lingering atmosphere still in the background to kind of make sure that it doesn't just go to complete silence every single time. Yeah, trailer music does tend to have that quite a lot. And that's also why I say, like, it depends on what this is used for. If this is used for like a trailer, then it kind of makes sense. Especially with like trailers, because they would usually add like extra sound effects maybe to emphasize those moments anyways. So if there's like a bit of silence there and they want it to be a bit fuller, then they can always still add it, you know? But if it's meant as like a track to listen to, as opposed to being used for a trailer, I would definitely try and fill some of those areas up a little bit more, put a little bit more emphasis on like maybe the atmosphere or stuff like that to kind of make it more like a track that would actually be nice to listen to as well, so like without it being part of a trailer. Yo, Infernal, welcome. Like this area feels very long. Like that gap right there feels pretty long, especially because you have that build happening there. Like I would almost, like this is at 100 beats per minute. Let's see. Let's see if we can MacGyver this into... Is it 100? Or is it just also slightly off? Well, first of all, we have a little gap at the start. Let's see. Yeah, right. I would kind of want it to come back in right here already, if that makes sense. So, something like that. See? It would help tremendously with sort of like the flow of it, because you kind of lose a lot of energy because that gap is so long, and there's absolutely nothing there. So if you don't have anything there, then usually that would already be enough. And like this is still a gap that would be able to be cut. Like right here, there's nothing. It's complete silence. So they could still cut it there and sort of like move it around if they have to. But for just listening purposes, this would make it flow so much better. Because you don't really lose the energy, you know? I do think overall the writing is good though. Definitely has that trailer kind of sound, for sure. Like, and with like areas like this, right here. Like what you could add here is, well, I'm not sure if I have one. Let me quickly check. Do we have, we do. Like right here. Okay. Like one of those sort of like sub bass dropping kind of sounds. Like this also has some Foley in it, but you get what I mean. And this one is a little bit long, and I would probably make sure that it's in the right key as well, but... And then I guess here as well, I would probably just shorten this as well. Like have like a sub bass drop thing happening all the way until here maybe, and then bring it back in. Stuff like that can help quite a bit to fill up these areas and give and still, I guess, still have that sort of like same kind of trailer kind of vibe, because that is a sound that's often utilized in there, and especially because you already have another gap here. Like I wouldn't necessarily think you need this extra one. It can be filled up with some other stuff. Yeah, like maybe a sub bass drop and then a riser after it, you know, to build back into this section. So something like that. Still, it's a nice one though. It's always nice to see people sending in like cinematic stuff, because I do like cinematic music a lot. And so far we've only really had Angel, I guess. There were a couple of people that sent in some ambient stuff back in the day. Do I have to DM you on Discord for the feedback stream? No, you don't. Let me do this. So that message explains it, basically. Time for some neuro jump up. Okay. Pyro, I hear ya. I don't normally like jump up most of the time, but neuro jump up piques my interest. And we're going back up towards 174 on this one. That has completely messed up this one, of course. But it's fine because we've already listened to it. Upping the tempo again, boys. Neuro jump up is different. Yeah, I imagine. Oh. Gotta turn the track on. Already doesn't sound like jump up, you know? Way too busy for a regular jump up. I need something different than tea for this, man. Where's my whiskey? I need a fucking drink for this. We gotta... That. Yeah, it's interesting. Little goofy melody though. If I'm gonna say one thing, like that sort of like melody thing. That what is it? It's almost like a flute. Like that is a little. It sounds a bit goofy. For like the type of music, you know. Also, I just noticed that my vision was over millimeters the entire time. I'm stupid. The flute, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like it. I don't know. It feels maybe a bit goofy for this kind of music. I would say the higher one. Now, I wish the sub did something more interesting here. Like, the sub is just a sustained note, basically. I wish the sub did something more interesting. Like, maybe followed along some of the other sounds a little bit, as opposed to just being like this one sustained sort of like sub bass underneath it all. And like, for instance, like it wouldn't even necessarily have to do that much different, but like, for instance, on this area here, like, I would almost maybe try and do something different with the sub so that it kind of breaks up that sort of like sustained sub a little bit. Like maybe do like a different sub there with like, I don't know, maybe some like some subtle like movement on it. I'm not sure if I like the clap snare. I don't have necessarily a problem with that, honestly. I think this kind of clap is kind of suited for this kind of style because it does tend to cut through, so that's good. Yeah, maybe a Reese. Yeah, that could work. Just something to break it up. And then you could probably still get away with like this sustained sub the entire time, but I feel like my brain would like something more interesting than just that sustained note in the sub. Or even like on those like there's like those bursts of sound happening of like different. It almost sounds like a scream or something. Like during those sections, maybe cut the sub, you know, so that it's just like it creates some gaps in the sustained sub bass. That could maybe work. And you, depending on what that sounds like, you might have to then add like a little some kind of a bass stab or something underneath it to kind of give it, you know, still a little bit of weight. But maybe it actually works without sub in those areas just to cut it up a bit. And then for that turnaround, especially like what I said, like yeah, that might be good with like a Reese. That could actually work pretty well. Right here. That's a perfect area to have like a Reese come in, for sure. I actually resampled the choir for that screen bass thing. Yeah, I figured it was some kind of vocal element because it sounds vocal-ish, if that makes sense. And there you have a Reese, like sort of like a Reese. But the sub is still the same, right? The sub underneath it is just the same sub that is just continuing. And there is a pitch bend on the Reese, but the sub doesn't. So I would like that sub to follow along with the Reese. And I like Reeses are kind of interesting because when I make a Reese, I usually try and use the sub that is in the Reese itself, depending on what kind of Reese it is, of course. Like if it's a Reese that uses a lot of voices with unison, not really much point to it to use the sub from the Reese itself. But if it's a Reese that is made from two oscillators detuned against each other so that you can really get that like beating sound, then I almost always try and keep the sub from the Reese itself and process that so that it's probably in like a parallel chain so that it is sort of like almost a dedicated sub at that point, right? You're basically just at the start of the whole chain. You're splitting it up between the mids and the sub, so you can really sort of like basically process the sub of the sound as like its own sound. But then you keep the movement of the res in the sub as well, and that, in my opinion, is always better than just layering under like a clean sine wave sub or like just a separate sub bass. At least for like that kind of sound. Like a lot of bass sounds, you would probably want a separate sub for like, especially like these mid-range heavy basses, because it can be really difficult to make the bass from the original sound be clean and work well in a mix most of the time, and it's a lot of times easier to just cut it and just add like a separate dedicated sub. But when it's like a res, and especially with a res that has that sort of like beating kind of movement that speeds up when you go to different pitches, then I would basically always try and make that sub work, because it just adds to the sound. It's a sub from the res, but I like to add a sine in the patch to keep some more consistency in the res. I mean, can work, yeah, for sure. But with reses, I don't know, man. I really like it when the sub has that same kind of movement that the res has. It's just, I don't know, it just usually works really well. It's harder to make it sound good though. Like, I'll give you that for sure. Like, because there's obviously going to be like, especially if it's made from like two detuned waveforms, like two detuned saw waves or something, there is going to be phase cancellation happening, right? So it's more difficult to make it work. But if you do it well, it, in my opinion, always sounds better than just layering a sine wave underneath it, because that sine wave is not going to have the same movement. Yeah, I don't know. I can still hear sort of like the main sort of like sustained sub underneath that. Might just be because it's very similar to the other sub, but it almost sounds like, and that's what I mean. Like it might be that there is like, it is actually the sub bass from the res, but it kind of sounds like the sustained sub is just continuing underneath it, if that makes sense. Like it sounds like you have the main sub of the track, and then the res comes in, and the sub of that section before is just continuing. Like there is no separation between the two at all. And to me, it also sounds like the res does a pitch bend, but the sub doesn't. So that kind of makes me think that the sub is a separate sub in this section. Yeah, to me, it sounds just like the sub is just continuing, but the res is doing some kind of a pitch bend. So, is it the sub from the res then? Kind of sounds like it isn't. Love that your Wi-Fi cuts out. Okay, well, I'm sorry. You can always watch this back, though. Hey, this will be uploaded to my channel anyway, so you can always check it back later. That flute melody, I don't know, man. I don't think it necessarily fits. It sounds too goofy to me. Like the track is really angry, and then that flute melody just sits there on top. Oh yeah, I know. It's like yeah, totally. It's like a Middle Eastern kind of flute melody. I've heard melodies similar to that quite often. Um, I do. In fact, when I go to um, there's like this. I go there like almost at least once a month. It's in the southern part of Rotterdam. There's this basically a supermarket that's like a supermarket specifically dedicated to like Asian products, like Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese, Indonesian. You know, like I usually get like a lot of stuff there, and then I'll stock up for like a whole month. Like I'll get like some tea and like some other shit. Um, and like some nice spicy sauces and shit like that, you know. And when I go there, I always have to walk past between the subway station and that supermarket. I always have to walk past like a bunch of like different eating places. There's like an I believe it's like an there's a couple of Turkish ones, and then there's like an Iranian eating place. I believe there's a Syrian place as well these days, and a lot of them are just blasting out music from their own country, especially during the summer. Nowadays, maybe not because it's fucking cold outside, so nobody's gonna sit outside anyway. But during the summer, they will all have music blasting. And I'll walk past, and it's like you literally walk from one to the next, and the music changes, and it's all similar, like it's all Middle Eastern sounding, but then still, like I can hear the differences between the music as I walk past. It's kind of cool. Sub bass gives pressure, but not movement. Yeah, true, true. Um, I guess that is kind of right. Yeah. And I like it when the sub bass has movement too. Like right now, it just feels like you have that one sustained sub underneath it. That's just like boom the entire time, right? Whereas it would be nice if the sub was doing something, if that makes sense. It wasn't just like a sustained note. The Toko, yeah, we do have that as well. In fact, there's this one really odd one. Um, it's literally like a place that sells like to me it still doesn't make any sense. There's this one eating place. It's not really an eating place, like more like a takeout kind of place. And I've never eaten there because but I've walked past it like probably a couple of hundred times now, and every time I see it, I'm like, what is this combination? Like it'll be like it's a Chinese takeout that also sells Indonesian food, which you know, okay, it's both Asian, so it kind of makes sense. Um, then it also sells Turkish food, which I'm like, okay, that's kind of strange to have like Turkish and Chinese and Indonesian combined in one takeout place. And then they also sell what is that in English? Surinamese, which is like that's like South American. And I'm like, what is that combination? Who is the owner? What is his background? Like, I believe they have Thai food as well. It's like a whole bunch of different ones from different places in the world. And I'm like, strange. And it looks like your traditional sort of like, I guess, like Chinese takeout place. But then they combine like a bunch of other stuff with it. And I'm like, I wonder what the background of that person is that he sells all these different kinds of food. Like I can get the Indonesian, Thai, and like Chinese combination. Still a little odd, but I can get it. Like I would still argue that those are quite different from each other, but they're all from the same region of the world, so I guess we could give him that. But then the Surinamese, you know, and then like I believe some Caribbean dishes as well, and then the Turkish, like that's completely random. It's probably good food though because it's always busy, but still, like when I walk past it, I'm like, what the hell? Now I did eat at the Syrian place. Like there's this whole row of like I said, there's like a Syrian place. I believe it's a Turkish couple of Turkish kebab places, which we've got so many of those in Rotterdam. But as we've had like a lot of Syrian refugees over like the last years, um, you can now start seeing like pop up like some Syrian eating places, and I've actually been to one, and the food was amazing. Like I already forgot the names of what I've eaten, but the food was absolutely amazing. There was like an old lady cooking in the kitchen, and the food was so fucking good, and really friendly people as well. Amazing. Might actually go back there someday soon. Turkish is the weirdest. Yeah, exactly. The Turkish really threw me off. It'll have like I understand like especially like the Surinamese and Indonesian kind of connection. Like that still makes some sense. But then to have, you know, at the same time, like Turkish, like actual traditional Turkish baklava in the in the storefront, and I'm like, what? What's that doing here? It's kind of awesome though. But like I said, it always throws me off when I walk past them. I was like, I don't know if I would actually eat there. But then it's busy, so it's probably good. But it does feel like a bit like a thrown together bunch of things. Anyways, tune is nice though, except for the goofy flute melody. I'm still not sure about that. It doesn't matter what country the food is from, it matters who cooks it. Yeah, exactly. True. You can have good food and bad food from any country. It all depends on the skills of the cook. But I would argue though, like the best food I've had across my over my life, when I would go out to like a restaurant or something, um, I've been to plenty of restaurants and like small ones and like bigger ones. And I can tell you that it's most of the time the really tiny restaurants where there's like some old like lady or like some old guy, that's been working there for like what, like 50 years or something, or 40 years, just cooking the same foods. And those are most of the time the best. Like with the Syrian place, like it was this like old lady, and she came out as well at some point to ask how the food was, and I told her that the food was great, and that it was amazing. Um, and she explained that she had been running her own restaurant in Syria before they fled here, because of like the whole war happening there and all that kind of stuff. And that she had been running her own place there for like what, like 30 years or something. And that's awesome, like that kind of food where it almost feels more like you're stepping into someone's home. It's like a really small place, and they've just invited you to their home and making food for you. And that just, yeah, that food is usually the best. I've had a similar experience with that in Spain when I was in like actually a really tourist place. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't normally go to a place like that. I like to I like to stay away from the really touristy places, but we just went there for a day. We were staying in Barcelona, which is pretty tourist, honestly. Now I think about it, but it's a place that I wanted to have seen at least once in my life. Um, so we went to Barcelona, and we made a little day trip to what was that place called again? Calella, which is like this sort of like, I guess it's a coastal place. It's like a little town. And there we also found one of those kind of restaurants. It was just like this tiny little restaurant, and just like an old lady cooking paella in the kitchen. And man, the food was so good. We're going to this song right now, which I don't know whose track that is. The NG track, which is you, right? Yeah, that's you. Is gonna be after that. So you're almost up. I guess we will move on. I've never been to Gran Canaria, actually. I've never been there. I would actually want to though. Like I've never really been to an island place like that, I believe. So that would be a first for me. Like I've always stayed more in like the actual European continent and not really went to like well, I've been outside of Europe. I've been in I guess like the Asian part of Turkey. So I've been outside of that. I've never really been outside like further than that. I would love to though. I would love to go somewhere. I guess if I would make a bigger trip now, the area of the world that really would, I guess, attract me now is like either like the really far east, so like something like I don't know, like Japan, places like that. But also like Southeast Asian countries would definitely interest me a lot. Um, Places like that would be nice to visit someday. I guess like even like Indonesia or something, but that's also because I know, you know, I've known a lot of people from Indonesia, um, that moved here, that grew up here, but had like relatives over there, and they've told me so much about it. So yeah, that would be a place that I definitely want to go to someday. Canary Canary Island sounds pretty cool as well, though, for sure. But yeah, I usually try and stay away from the really touristy places. I don't know. It's just not for me, you know? Having drunk tourists everywhere. Yeah, it usually just beats the whole experience for me. Like or ruins the whole experience, I guess. I would appreciate like some tiny place far away from most of the tourists where I can just, you know, meet some locals. I would prefer that any day over like a touristy place. 100%. And even if I went to like a touristy place, I would always, you know, be in like some like hotel or like apartment or something like that that is far away from like the main sort of like strip of like where all the tourists are going, you know, and all the resorts are. I would always be somewhere in like some other neighborhood that is like further away from the coastline or something like that, depending on where I am, of course. Where it's like a lot more local, you know, where you're like literally in the middle of like the local restaurants and all that kind of stuff. Because I fucking hate it when I go to a place and I sit there, and especially with like when I went to Turkey, I went there a couple of times, and this place we went in Turkey is you know, especially back then, Turkey wasn't that big yet in terms of like tourism from like the Netherlands, and were a couple of places, but you know, we went to like a pretty, I would say, still a pretty touristy place along the coast. But then I was staying in like this apartment that was like further away from the main boulevard, and I was just literally in the middle of like the regular sort of like um local restaurants, and I would just go eat there. And it's such a breath of fresh air not going into a restaurant and hearing like British, Dutch, German, and like all these languages around you that I'm like, dude, I can hear that at home, you know? I don't want to sit between a German guy and a Dutch guy on my other side, like especially Dutch people. I don't want to run into Dutch people when I'm away from the Netherlands, you know? That's the whole reason why I'm going away. The Dutch are everywhere. I know. That's also why. Like, dude, like, I still remember this so well. Like, it's like this happened when I was way younger though. Like, I think I was still in like middle school or something like that. Um, it's like summer holidays, right? I'm literally one of the gazillion people that are driving with their car from with my parents, of course, like one of the gazillion people that go from the Netherlands towards the south. You know, they'll go to Spain, France, Italy, just any place that it's warmer than the shithole that we have here, the shitty weather that we get here. And we went on the wrong day. It was like a really busy day, super absolutely crazy traffic, like insane amount of traffic jams. And so at some point, my dad just said, like, hey, I'm just gonna park the car at this next parking area and we're just gonna stay there for a bit because I really cannot be bothered to just sit in this car for like another couple of hours, moving absolutely nowhere, you know? So we stop in this middle of nowhere place in France, somewhere in like, I would say maybe somewhere in the middle of France, below Paris, but not all the way in the south yet. And so we stop there. And of course, who do I run into? A fucking classmate. Like, holy shit, mate. Suddenly I hear, hey man. I'm like, what? Ah, fuck's sake. No, from the last place I went to that was actually really nice. And I had a lot of fun with when I was there. Was also in France actually. Um, but like when it wasn't at the coast or anything. It was like in the French Alps. And like when you say French Alps, there's a lot of like these very famous sort of like ski resort places, and a lot of people will go there. Like there's a lot of Dutch tourists that go to there. I guess there's also Chamonix, which is like one of the most famous cities, I guess, in the French Alps. And there'll be like a lot of tourists there, a lot of Dutch people. But I went to this tiny little place. It's literally like a tiny little town. And there's like this nice lake with like the campsite right besides the lake. And when you're just sitting by the lake, you can literally look up to the tallest mountain of Europe, which is amazing. Like snow-capped mountain with like a lake in front of it. No tourists at all, except for like maybe a couple of French tourists during the weekend. You know, just people from France itself that just go there. Amazing, uh, sort of like this tiny little valley area as well. So all around it is just like mountains and like bicycle paths and like hiking trails and all that kind of stuff. So I would just rent like a mountain bike and just start cycling around. And I love those kind of places, you know, where it's like I'll just be able to go around, put my camera in my backpack, and just cycle around and just, not really be bothered with any other sort of like tourists. So if I go anywhere, like if I do decide to one day make a trip again, like if I would go anywhere, I would definitely pick like just some random ass fucking place, you know, and see what happens. Cool. Um, let's move on. Next track. Whose track is this? Because it's not named properly. Oh, and we have some more tracks in the Discord. I'll grab those in a bit as well.
ドコードドネーテッド10ユーロ。チアーズ。ハバビアー。オンミー。Thanks for the stream.
You're welcome, Decode, and I'll make the beer whiskey instead, if that's fine. I'm not that big of a beer drinker because beer just makes me piss. Middle of nowhere, Mongolia. I would actually kind of like that. Honestly. Like, dude, I would love to meet some people that play actual Mongolian instruments or like do some fucking Mongolian throat singing and just meet like the locals, like some of those nomad people. Dude, that sounds amazing. Like, I would take my camera with me and just, dude, that sounds fucking amazing. I would totally do something like that if I had if I had the opportunity. Like sleep somewhere in like what are these things called? These huts that they sleep in, like these nomad people. Dude, I would fucking love that. I don't need much when I'm on a trip, you know? I don't need much, honestly. Like, I'm not the type of person who needs, like, a swimming pool and like, shit like that. No. Like, if it's a place that looks cool, that has, like, some nice views of the landscape, and there's, like, interesting people, that's the most important. That's the most important thing of all, you know? Yeah, so this one, it's not your track, right? Your track is this one, the next one called Spare Me Nothing. That's the next one. But no, I'm talking about this one. It's not named properly, so let me check whose track that was. Wait, is that your track? Now I'm confused. Anyways, I don't see whose track it is, but whoever's track it is, we're gonna check this one out. It's Pyros. No, that's this one. I'm not sure what got... I think I mixed up two tracks or something in the order of the Discord. Is it the one from Matthew? Oh yeah, it's the one from Matthew. I mixed that up. My bad. My bad. Matthew's track was actually supposed to go before Pyro, but it's fine. And after that, it's yours, NG. So let's move on. Nice synth. This one has a lot of potential, but there is some stuff that I don't like about it. Fire brigade outside my house. Hope it's not my house that's on fire. This one has a lot of potential. I really like the vibe of the synths in the intro that are also present in the drop. I can hear that. The one thing that I don't like about this one is the dotted 8-note mid-range part of the bass. And I think that is also what makes it feel really repetitive. And I kind of feel like that sounds a bit out of place. I would appreciate it more if you leaned into the vibe of the intro synths and those chord synths, and I don't know, create some kind of a drop that really leans into that vibe, as opposed to using the the dotted mid-range 8-note layer in there. I don't feel like I think it sounds a little out of place, that layer. Especially because it's also used the entire way through, you know. Like, that subtle chord layer in the background is amazing. And I wish that it would actually make that more the main focus of the drop, and then combine that with some bass element to kind of give it the weight. As opposed to, adding that mid-rangey bass layer at a dotted 8-note. I guess with this kind of stuff, like what I'm thinking of, I would maybe advise to listen to some of the more new school drum and bass artists, whether it's Imanu or Caracal Project or anything like that kind of style drum and bass. Not that I'm saying that you need to copy them or go in that exact same direction, but they do this kind of thing really well, where they will have some kind of vibe with chords going on that is really, really interesting. And then they'll build a drop around that same vibe, so that it really gives that same emotive feeling that the intros have, and it kind of continues that all throughout the track, but then with different elements. And that, in my opinion, just works really well for this kind of stuff. I don't know, it's that mid-range bassy thing is not my cup of tea, at least for this kind of thing. I think it feels a bit out of place. And I wished it leaned more into the chords, because the chords and all that kind of stuff that sits in the background behind that mid-range bass thing, those sound amazing, and I really like those. And I feel like this could have a lot of potential if it leaned more into that. And you could still get away with that dotted 8-note kind of thing. What you could do, for instance, is apply processing to it that gives it that chord kind of feel. So, for instance, somebody mentioned earlier in the stream on a different track the spectral resonated device in Ableton. That would be a pretty cool effect to put on here, on that sound, and give that sound the harmonics of that same chord progression, so that it feels more like it's not just a mid-range bass layer, but it kind of has a chordal layer to it, if that makes sense. Maybe some of those color bass techniques can also work to do that. A vocoder would be another good effect that can do that, but there's plenty of other things as well. Or just, you can keep that same rhythm, but you can make it out of different sounds. So a lot of times, especially when I listen to I guess the best example I can think of right now is the Caracal Project. He does this really well, where he will have several different elements that together build a chord, and they will still add up to like a drop, but the individual sounds will have like all play like different areas of the chord, and they will maybe play a certain kind of rhythm to kind of create like an interesting drop out of it. But within there is still hidden that same sort of like chord progression that you can hear maybe in the intro of the track, and the entire track is built around that same chord progression. But in the drop, it's like several different elements that are working together to create that chord, and often with like a rhythmic feeling as well. And to me, that kind of stuff just sounds amazing. And you don't have to take it exactly there, of course, like, but take inspiration from it maybe, just to kind of give you some ideas of what you could do. The event base whipping the whole time gets still, needs more. Yeah, exactly. It kind of, it does its job, right? It's not bad at all. It does its job, but like when I hear the intro sounds and the chords and the synths, I'm like, that sounds amazing, and it has a lot more potential than what it's currently doing. And when we're talking about like making tracks around a certain chord progression, a certain vibe, the best example would probably be Imanu. He does this so well, where he will just have like a chord progression that is kind of interesting, you know, it's a nice chord progression, interesting progression, and then the entire track is built around it, and it just leans into that completely, like during the drops, during the intro, and it will work really well. He used a lot of granular stuff, which I guess could work really well for this kind of stuff as well. You can make a granular sound rhythmic, and that will work really well to kind of create that stuff that he does. But yeah, those are just two examples, I guess. There's plenty of others, but I wouldn't be able to come up with their names right off the bat, but... Yeah, and I actually agree with somebody in chat. Who is it? SilDC? Silt? What is that? Is that a C or an E? it's a C. I agree. The so like the top notes of the chords here that create like the melody or like the lead, I guess. It would be nice if those actually continued in the drop. And that's also why I say like maybe try and build a drop around that chord progression still, but make it have the dotted rhythm that the current sort of like drop has. That way you could still have that sort of like lead and chord element within there, but with a more rhythmic fashion as to what the intro does. I think, like I said, a lot of the sounds in here are good, but it has more potential than what it's currently doing. I don't necessarily think like I said, like the dotted so like pattern is good. Like I wouldn't necessarily change that too much. I think it's good to go for a dotted pattern in this track. It's just that the sound that does that pattern could be a lot more interesting. That's the main thing I would be going at. Snare could probably also have a bit more high end. Snare feels kind of dull. it's not gonna make sense if I'll boost anything here, but like the snare feels like it wants something more here in this area. There's a lot of like head stuff happening and shakers and stuff like that, but the snare itself feels very dull. So it needs like some brighter layer to it, or just like some EQ to make it brighter. Right now it feels more like it's just a low mid, so like thud that is happening, but it kind of wants more high end on the snare. This filtered break here is kind of cool though. I think you're in a pretty good direction actually, but like I said, it has just more potential. I think another I guess I don't want to sound like a broken record or a repetitive kind of guy, but I think just referencing some Imanu stuff might actually be pretty good as well. To get a better idea of like, I feel like right here, like you have the break with the filtered drums, the filtered drum break kind of thing. But I think it would actually work pretty well for the feeling of the track and the progression of the track to have a more sort of like defined breakdown where you go back to just the chord stuff and the synths, and then you could probably make the break a little bit longer, maybe like another 16 bars, so that the second half the drum break comes in, but the first half is just the synths. And right now this is more like a song structure kind of thing, and I think for like just the feeling of the track, it would be nicer if the structure was slightly different. I do like a lot of the sounds though. That's the thing. Like there's a lot of great stuff in here, but with a slightly different tweak or slight tweak to the structure and like a slightly different drop, it would probably be even better, you know? But yes, other than that, it's good though. Like I said, I really like those background layers here. Like they kind of hint at a certain like harmony, certain like chord, which is really nice. And that's also why I kind of wanted to lean more into that. Anyways, good one though. I really like this one. Next up, NG. It's time for your track. Let's see what we got. A sharp minor, pretty high pitched or really low pitched, depending on what we're looking at. I also don't know what this is gonna be because it's 156 BPM. Interesting. We're not gonna get rhythm though, are we? By the way, good reference, Misanthrope. Misanthrope is amazing. He has some really good tracks. Like, not every track of his I like, but he has some really good tracks. Another metal track, okay. I mean, I'm not the best to give feedback on metal, but I do enjoy it a lot, so let's have a little listen. Just went straight into it. I like that this one is stereo. Wasn't it if I remember correctly, your previous submission was almost mono. I prefer that this has width. It sounds a lot better right away. Oh yeah. I was waiting for a section like that. I almost wish it was longer. Oh, that's nice, Inferno. That's awesome. Yeah, it just sounds like a pretty decent tune, actually. Like, again, I'm not the best one to give feedback on this, I guess. But I do enjoy it a lot. I'm still amazed that your vocals sound this good. Like that's just the vocals sound really nice. And it definitely sounds like something that could be at the level of like a release worthy stuff. So yeah, that's great. I also like that we have this variety in the stream, actually. Just going from like drum and bass to like cinematic music, back to drum and bass, and then suddenly a metal tune. Like, I love it. Yeah, vocals sound amazing, man. Trying to see if I can talk about anything here. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about the mix, but honestly, like, I probably shouldn't. Because, like, I am not somebody to talk about too when it comes to, like, mixing a metal track. And I know that metal tracks are mixed so different from, like, electronic music that I'm probably... The things that I would be thinking of are probably not gonna be good for a metal track, if you get what I mean. So... I'll keep those things to myself because I don't think it will necessarily be beneficial. Like, unless it's like there are these tracks that are like you hear this sometimes in like heavy dubstep stuff, but I guess rarely, but sometimes in drum and bass as well, where it's like an electronic track that has inspiration from metal music. And with those tracks, I would always say it's probably best for the track to approach the track as if it is an electronic track, even though it has a lot of elements from like metal music, because then it usually works a lot better. But with like straight on metal music, it's a different kind of mix, and the mixing is done different than electronic music. I'm also amazed by your vocal hitting like literally almost 1K. Like, I envy you, mate. I envy you. I'm gonna be happy if I can be happy if I hit anywhere above 500 hertz before I get like voice cracks. No way I will get anywhere near 1,000. That's crazy, man. I don't know, I think metal mixdowns and electronic mixdowns are quite different. It does, I guess, follow the same rules, but like the emphasis and stuff is different though. Like with drum and bass, it's all about like getting the sub and like the drums to be as loud as possible and like getting that to sit well. But with this, it's like a completely different balance. And also one I'm not necessarily that well versed about to tell you what would be best, I guess. I know what sounds good though, I can tell you that, and I would say that this one sounds pretty good. Yo, Hero, we do these once a month. Normally on the first Friday of the month, but last week we did production, so I moved it a week forward. So that's why it's the second Friday of the month this time, but normally the first Friday of the month. Should we move on to the next one? I really enjoyed this one, man. I could actually see, like I don't skate anymore, but I could see putting it in my playlist for when I'm skating, you know? These days I only skate virtually. I've been playing a lot of skate recently. I've actually been playing a lot of it. Kind of brings me back to, you know, like the days where I would go out and skate every day, which is nice. I've actually been getting like screenshots in the game, like doing like cool little screenshots. I'm actually getting pretty happy with some of them. They look pretty cool. Let's see. It almost brings me back to the days when I would go out and skate and bring my camera and get like some pictures with the boys, you know? Let's see. What do we get? What do we have? Like I've been having a lot of fun just getting like screenshots and just finding cool spots and just taking some cool screenshots, making them look cool. Stuff like that. Kind of brings me back to those days when I would go and skate, you know? I can still skate, but my knee is not as great as it used to be, so when I skate now, I would skate a little bit more chill. Sometimes during the summer, I do go out and skate still. I'll hit up like one of the skate parks near me, but it's just chill, you know, just riding around and maybe doing some manuals, doing some simple flip tricks, but it doesn't really get much more than that. I've been taking some cool screenshots though. Some of them are pretty cool. Like these are pretty cool. So I've been enjoying that. I mean, the rules are the same. What changes are the instrument timbre. In a real bass, you have more frequencies to take care of, around 90 and 250, or 250 to 2K and 6K 6K, but in electronic music it is flat or normally flat in all frequency range. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I saw some session or something like this on the store. Is it better than Skate 4? I would say, don't get me wrong, Skate 4 has a lot of issues. And it has a lot of people hating on it right now. But as much as I do agree that there are a lot of shortcomings still with the game, and there are issues with it that I would like to see improved, I don't agree with the massive amount of hate that the game is currently getting, which might be a hot take because I know a lot of people are hating on it, and a lot of people are like, I wish it was this or that or this or that, and I understand it, you know, like we've had Skate 1 to 3, and those games were amazing. Even though those had issues too, don't get me wrong, like, especially if you play them these days, like, I'm sorry, but there's people out there right now that are acting as if, like, Skate 1 to 3 were these amazing god tier games that are nowhere near the current Skate game, or to which the newer game is nowhere near to. And, like, that the graphics were amazing and all of this shit, but, like, I'm sorry, yeah, for the time maybe, but if you look at it now, it's like, there's some rough stuff there too, mate. Like, the games were amazing, don't get me wrong, but, like, they had their own sort of, like, set of issues. And I used to love these games as well. Like, I played Skate 1 to 3, like, probably more than a couple of thousand of hours. Like, my Xbox 360 was basically a dedicated Skate console. That was basically the only game that I played, except for maybe a couple of others that I would put in there every once in a while. But, like, the Skate games were basically just sitting in the Xbox, like, basically nonstop. And I think, like, a lot of people are hating on the new Skate game for it being a live service online only game. And I think one thing that a lot of people are, that at least the people from what I see that are hating a lot on it, and there is a bit, I kind of, when the game first came out, I used to be checking out some of the subreddits about the game, and I've completely started ignoring those because, like, the subreddits are just haters, basically, just people hating on it. There's, like, people that are just literally hating on the game 24/7 every day of the week, and while at the same time being like, oh, I stopped playing after the first week. And then when somebody posts something that is genuinely having fun with it, and they just post something, there's going to be, like, a shitload of people just hating on that person for having fun, basically. And I'm like, how sad of a human being are you if that's the kind of thing that you're spending your day with? And you'll look at that profile, and there's just, like, they're just hating the entire day, and I'm like, holy shit, fuck off, mate. You're a fucking sad human being. And so I kind of just stopped looking at those places because Reddit is the absolute worst. I've actually had a lot of fun just getting into the community on Instagram. I'm not that big on Instagram, honestly. I've kind of stopped caring about Instagram when Meta, I guess, deleted my account out of nowhere, and they didn't tell me about why they did so, and when I appealed the decision, they never responded. I kind of stopped caring about Instagram, but then when I started doing the City Skylines kind of stuff, I kind of made one again, because a lot of the people that do City Skylines used to be on Instagram as well. So I've now started using that account for just, you know, getting into the skate community, and it's been great. There's so many cool people, you know? Like, there's literally, like, the community is absolutely doing the things that the game lacks. Let me tell you that. Like the skate game lacks stuff, but in my opinion, the online only is actually a good move for the game. And that is a hot take because a lot of people are actually hating on it for that reason. They just are like, yeah, I want a full skate game that I just pay like $60 for, and it's a complete game. But think about it. Like skateboarding, sure, it's an individual kind of sport, right? It's an individualistic sport. But skateboarding, at least real life skateboarding, has always been about progressing as a skater, like learning new tricks, filming those tricks, being creative. That's a very important aspect of skateboarding. And then sharing that creativity with the community surrounding skateboarding, surrounding the sport. Like the brands creating skate videos with all the different skate parts, magazines that are putting out the content, the skate videos coming out, and then you going to the skate shop with your mates and chilling there watching the latest skate parts on the TV that they have in the skate shop. Like these parts are such a crucial part of skateboarding that to me making the game an online only game is actually a really smart move because it creates that same sense of community, or at least a potential for it. And I'm kind of seeing that happening through Instagram now, and a bit through Discord as well. So there's actually a couple of groups of people. In fact, there's quite a lot of them. There's people creating fake skate brands or like virtual fake brands, because the game, that's a complaint that a lot of people have, that there's not too much sort of like skate brands in the game, which I agree with. I would love to see more skate brands in the game, but you also have to think about it. It's like it's a live service game. It's free to play, and the only way that they're making money is out of like the paid cosmetic stuff. Which again is something a lot of people are hating on, but I think it's probably the best thing that they could have done. Nothing of the gameplay or any of that stuff is hidden behind a paywall. It's literally just like some fancy looking cosmetic items, or like, I want some clothing of like a skate brand, and you'll have to pay some in-game currency for that. That's the least sort of like offensive thing that they could have done in sort of like the format that they've made the game, right? Like they could have hidden like gameplay mechanics behind the paywall, and that would have been a lot worse. So I'm not really too mad about that. I'm an adult. I have an income. So if I want to spend like $10 in a month on like some Vans shoes in the game or whatever, who the fuck cares about it? It's my money. I can do with that whatever I want, right? So, and sure, like I guess the fact that it's published by EA doesn't help either. Like that just automatically creates another sort of like group of people that just start hating, just for the sake that it's published by EA, which I guess is also a thing, But I can actually see, like through Instagram right now, that there's a whole group of people that have started crews. There's like different skate crews now popping up of like groups of people that are just joining together through Instagram, through Discord, organizing their own sort of like videos, creating like videos made in the game with like every person is filming their own part. There's sort of like people starting accounts as like we are like virtual Vans or like whatever, or even people making up their own brands. Some of them actually looking like an actual brand, like with proper graphic design and all of that stuff. There are people in the community, I believe there's like 2 right now, but there might even be a 3rd one, that have started a virtual magazine where you can literally sort of like be on the cover of the next edition of the magazine, and the magazines have their own website where you can read the magazine online, stuff like that. There's people doing like almost like a 9 Club kind of show where they'll sort of like review clips from the community every couple of days and stuff like that. And the community is really carrying it, and I don't think that, especially on Reddit, a lot of people give credit to that. They're just out there to hate. But if you dive a little bit deeper and just look into like what the community is doing, they're actually doing some really cool stuff. And I think that is showing what this game could be. you know, and it could actually be really fun if the developers also lean more into it, which I hope they will in the future. But I can understand that right now their main concern is just, you know, getting the game to the state that it's ready for like the official release, because it's still in an early access, right? It's still not fully sort of like done. Which again is also a reason why people will hate on it. You know, there will be a ton of people hating on it because it's in early access, but the cosmetic store is fully functional. Yeah, what do you expect? You know, like, they're not going to release the game and not make any money. Like, sure, EA is a massive company, but still, like, it has to make money. And even if it's an early access, they would still want to make some money from it, you know? Otherwise, it makes no sense to even release it. So, yeah. And I've been having fun. Especially, I've met a couple of really cool people. I've had good fun with it. Sure, there's shortcomings, but I also feel like a lot of the people that are hating are also non-skaters. Like, anybody who has skated in real life will be able to have fun with the game, even in its current state, with a lot of things lacking. You know, like, there is no story mode or anything like that. But the game mechanics, the skating mechanics, are absolutely amazing. Like, they're really good. And they're also still improving. Like, every update that they do, they tweak things. They might improve the animations of some tricks. They introduce some new tricks maybe. And it's just, I've seen it improve over the last couple of months. And the core mechanics are already really good. So just for that reason, I can just have fun. You know, I'll just fire up the game, and I don't care about any of the fucking challenges and things that you have in the game, of like the in-game currencies and all that shit. Sure, I might, you know, see some cool cosmetic items and be like, oh, I want to unlock that, so I'll do some challenges. But most of the time, I just fire up the game, and I'll just be skating around and just looking for some cool spots and just skating them. I can literally spend like 2 hours on one single spot, just trying all kinds of different tricks. Like, exactly what I would do in real life when I used to skate, you know? And it's kind of bringing back that. And I feel like a lot of people that are hating are complaining that, oh, there is no story mode, or, oh, the challenges are repetitive, or, just make your own challenge, you know? Just find a spot and skate it. What more do you need, right? Like, let the devs do their thing, let the game evolve, you know? It'll take more shape as time goes on, as we've also seen. They've introduced some pretty cool things with the updates. Again, it's nowhere near done. I would love to see a lot of things improve. I'm definitely not saying that the game is perfect. It has a lot of shortcomings still, and a lot of areas where they could improve. But just from the skating point, I'm having loads of fun. And like I said, like, as soon as I found the whole community on Instagram, I found a couple of people, and it was actually completely random, because I fired up the game one day. I looked at the map, just seeing like, oh, where should I, in the map should I go to just skate today? And I noticed this one area where there were like, you know, when you have the map in Skate, there will be like dots representing players. And I saw this one area that had like 50 dots, just like in this one tiny area, just moving around. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, I don't know. But like, there were a lot of dots in one specific area, and the entire map was empty for the rest of it. And I was like, what the fuck is going on there? So I went there, and there were just like I said, like somewhere between 30 to 40, maybe 50 players just skating one single spot. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. So I stuck around, went to a couple of different spots on the map, and then some of these guys started inviting me on like Discord and Instagram, and we're like, hey, we do this every night, and every like weekend we'll have like meetups, and we'll meet up with a lot of other people. Stick around. And since then, I've just been every like, a lot of people are complaining that there's no community aspect, and I'm like, I don't know. I actually see a lot of cool stuff happening. It's just that you know where to find it. And now I have like so many people in my friends list that every day I log on, I'm just like, look at like who's online. I'll just join them and it'll just be like 20, 30, 40 people in one part of the map just having fun, you know? And it's actually been really good since then. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of stoked to see where the game is going to go in the future. I've I have plenty of ideas of where it could go, what could be really cool. I hope that they do it though, and I hope that they expand on that. Now, I do agree there needs to be more skate brands in the game. There's not too many brands in the game. We've got what Vans, Adidas, Creature, Santa Cruz, but it needs more games, and or it needs more games. It needs more brands, and I think the EA and like the developers could actually help the skate brands that are sort of like a thing in real life. The skating industry, as much as skating has actually grown a lot over the years, it's become an Olympic sport and stuff like that. A lot of the brands are actually not doing that well. A lot of skate brands have gone under, have gone out of business over the years. And there's still a bunch left of like the old school brands like Zero, Etnies, and like brands like that. But they aren't all doing great. And I assume that if the skate game, if EA puts these brands in the game, that they actually sign contracts with them and those brands get some money for it. Plus, it's also advertisement for these brands, right? So I hope that they do attract more of those brands and start putting more of them in the game. But then I also kind of understand that it doesn't make sense from a company sort of like perspective to just put like all the brands at once in the game, because it is a free to play game that relies on selling cosmetics, you know, to make their money. So it makes more sense from that standpoint to release them one by one moving forward. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I'll see what happens. But so far, like I said, I've actually been having a lot of fun. And I do think they're listening to the community. I think the developers are listening. There's always the element of like you have the developers itself, like Full Circle, the company that does the game, and then of course the publisher, which is EA. And there's also going to be some sort of like stuff between those, of course. Like EA might tell them to do something that they might want to wait with, you know, stuff like that. There's always going to be shit like that in the gaming industry. But I do think that the developers itself are actually listening to the community. In fact, they've actually reposted some of my screenshots. I've been reposted on the official Skate account a couple of times now. So, hey, I'm happy. Anyways, we should probably move on to the next track. I don't know if there's we've probably lost a bunch of people talking about Skate, but let's see. Oh, we got a couple of new ones in the Discord as well. Let me download those. Discord still slow. But no, like I said, we've actually been having meetups as well. There's another meetup tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I'm gonna be part of that meetup again. So I wonder how many people it's gonna be, but last meetup was like something like 40, 50 people. So like that's the kind of stuff that such a game needs, you know, and that being a live so like live online game multiplayer game. Kind of makes sense for that reason, because it helps to create that sort of like community aspect. So yeah, I think that's actually a good move. Also, I need to piss, so I'll let you guys listen to NG's track one more time while I take a short bathroom break, because otherwise we're not gonna make it through the last couple of tracks before things are gonna get wet out here. So one moment, I'll be back in like a minute. Okay. We're back. Next one is gonna be Melty's Falcon. And you sent me a video, so I guess we're gonna have to check that. Why did you send me a video if it's literally just just a fucking screenshot of the album cover or whatever this is? Why didn't you just send an MP3 file? It's fine though. It's fine. I hear Japanese. Let's see what we have. It's a bit quiet, huh? I hope it's not gonna get really loud at some point. Wait, weren't you the one who sent an ambient stuff back in the day? A couple of months ago as well? Bless you. Yeah, it definitely does capture the like Japanese aesthetic vibes, you know? Definitely does capture that. Was the first part, that vocal, was that like some kind of train station announcement? That's kind of what it sounded like. Yes. I was about to say, like, it sounds like I'm in a Japanese train station. And I've never been there, but I know enough about it to know what it sounds like. Yeah, just nice vibe. You know, nothing too spectacular, but a nice vibe. Yo, Prozac, nice one. I almost wouldn't necessarily add the hi-hat. That 8-note hi-hat that just happens, that it just feels a bit unnecessary. I would maybe just like use like some very subtle, like maybe Foley layer or something that you chop up in a rhythmic kind of way, or maybe some very, if you use hi-hats, maybe some like more live sounding hi-hats as opposed to these really digital kind of hi-hats. Aiming breaks needed. Yeah. Boom, cut. Yeah. Gun fingers in the air. But like overall vibe is nice. I like the vocal bit. Piano had a couple of parts where it felt like, I believe the piano is chopped up or something. Like you chopped up the sample, and there's a couple of parts where the piano goes away and then comes back in, and that felt a little weird. But other than that, I do enjoy this. It's kind of a cool vibe. Instead of the aim and break sample artifacts. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's actually a pretty nice sort of like community of like people making Japanese aesthetic kind of music with like drum and bass breaks like jungle and like Amen and stuff like that. There's a whole community of people doing that kind of stuff, which is awesome actually. I love it. And that could definitely fit into that, I guess, with the right sort of like groove and the right stuff. Cool. Next one. We've got a track named First. No clue who it is. Oh, Brian. Name your file properly next time, okay? Okay, let's see. What do we got? Oh, gotta turn the track on. No, it's good. It's fine. The tonality of that, so like main bass sound. It's kind of rattly in a way, but kind of nice. Alright, it's just fading out there. One thing I would also point out, I can see it right here in millimeters. Some of the elements have a lot of width, and that is fine. Like, it's fine to have elements with a lot of width, but I can also see that there is quite a bit of width in some sounds, not all of them, but some sounds have a lot of width in the low frequencies, and that is usually going to be a problem. There is definitely an argument to be made for like having low frequency sounds with some width. I actually often like it when some low end sounds have a little bit of width to them, even though it is something you have to be really careful with. But I can see that some elements here have a lot of width in the low end, and that is probably going to lead to issues. So one in particular is the Reese, like the Reese on the transition. That one has a lot of width in the low end, and I would assume, if we listen to that in mono, that you're gonna notice some issues there. there we have the Reese. Let's see. So, let's see in mono. Right. So in stereo, the Reese sounds pretty full, and in the low end as well, it sounds pretty full. But then in mono, you can even see it here in the sub. How the sub kind of, it oscillates, but then there's quite a lot of these gaps in the sub. And in stereo, that's kind of filled up because the area of sub that is sitting in these gaps here is sitting in the sides. So when it's played in stereo, the sub sounds really full. But then in mono, you get a pretty, well, you're kind of lacking a little bit in that sub. And that is just because, you know, of the stereo that it has. So usually, the easiest way to kind of make the or to make the mix easier for yourself, it's probably best to keep the sub mono. Again, like I said, I do like it when there's a bit of width in the low frequencies, and I don't think that it necessarily has to be completely mono. But it does make your job a lot easier. It's quite difficult to make stereo work in the low frequencies without it making the mono signal worse. It's definitely possible, but it's a lot easier to just keep the sub mono and not really worry about it, you know? So, a lot of the mid-range stuff and stuff like that does have width. I can hear that it's not really... I was like, what the fuck is that sound? It was my can of boiled water that was making sound. I was like, I'm hearing some weird as fucking noise. Where's that coming from? It was my can of water. So like the elements that have width in here, like the mid-range elements that have some width, they sound fine in mono, so that's good. It's just that the sub of the Reese, I can definitely hear, gets a lot thinner when it's summed to mono, and that's just because it's really wide. Like that. Sub is really wide. You can even see it right here. Like all the orange stuff is the low frequencies, and like you can see it in all of these analyzers. The orange is the low frequencies, and those are really wide here. I would almost say that just from looking at this here, like the top channel is the mids and the bottom channel is the sides, that the sub is louder in the sides than it is in the mids. And yes, that's confirmed here as well on the what is that called again? This meter. It kind of shows the stereo width, but it shows it per band, so the low, mid, and high. And you can see that during the Reese, the low band goes below 0. Meaning that when it's summed to mono, it's actually cancelling. Yeah, exactly. Mono compatibility drops below 0. So usually, especially in the low frequencies, you want to have this meter. I forgot what that meter is called. Fuck. What is that called again? It's called stereo meter here, but I believe it has a different name. What was it again? There's a name for that kind of meter. Polarity? Yeah, I guess it's a meter that meters the polarity, but I thought there was a specific name for it, but I could be wrong. Usually you want to keep that above 0, because when it's summed to mono and it's below 0, you will get quite a bit of phase cancellation, and the more it goes towards the -1 area, the more phase cancellation you're getting. Especially in the days of vinyl, this was really important, because it would actually cause the needle on a vinyl record to skip if it would go below 0 too much, especially in the low frequencies. and it would actually lead to issues with the playback of the record. Maybe even with cutting the record. Now I think of it, I've never cut a vinyl record, but that might have actually been a problem as well. I'm not even sure if that would be good to do, or if it would even be possible, if it would go too far below 0. But phase correlation, that was the word I was looking for. That was the word I was looking for. And goniometer as well, yeah. You most of the time do want to store like stay above 0. That's sort of like your target. Most of the times in drum and bass, most of the times you're gonna be close to +1. Most of the time for the low end. If you analyze like other drum and bass tracks, most of them will have the sub in mono, and it will just be the low band will just be sitting near 1, +1. But I do like it when there's a little bit more width. So, but on that reese, yeah, you can see it just dips down into the negatives, and that just means that you'll get some phase cancellation between the mids and the sides, and the result of that would be that the sub will actually sound weaker in mono. So if it would be played in a club or played on a system that is mono, which a lot of clubs will be, you're actually going to lose sub, and that's something you definitely want to keep in mind. Yeah, Nido is gonna jump. Yeah, that's what I heard, at least. What I think is the issue. Like, there's some really cool sounds in this, though. Sound design's cool. Definitely be interested to see where you take this further from here, and see where it goes, because there's a lot of cool sounds in there, but obviously it's not a full track, it's not a finished track, so you're still working on it. Subatomic Realm, Orca. Fun fact: when I was a young kid, we would have these things. I'm not sure if this is just a Dutch thing or if this is a thing that is in other countries as well. When I was in elementary school, there was this thing where you would have these little books. And what do we call these? Vriendenboekje. Which I guess translates to friend's book. And it would just be like a little book that you would give to your classmates and your friends, and they would fill in sort of like the pages, and it would just information and stuff. And there was always this one question that would be in there as well, which would be, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I always filled in, and we're talking about little artifacts, right? It's this tiny me. Like, I was like an elementary school kid. I would always answer that with, I want to be a killer wheel trainer. I was young, and that was around the time when Free Willy came out, you know, so I grew up watching that movie. Later I learned about, like those animals being kept in captivity, not being too great for the animals, but and the whole, shit around it. But back when I was a young kid, I wanted to be a killer whale trainer. I knew I was gonna do that. Amazing. I kept that with me for like, I think the entire time I was an elementary school kid. And then I believe one day I went to like one of these places. We have one of these places in the Netherlands. They don't have killer whales, but they have dolphins and shit. And I remember going there, and they also do like this dolphin show, And I remember as a young kid just going there and just feeling sad. And it was over from that moment on. I never said again that I wanted to be a trainer. I guess when young me just thought about being a killer whale trainer, being like, the cool trainer, the one that actually cared about the animals. But when you see the real life example of it, you're like, things are a little bit different. It's kind of sad that these animals are taught to perform a show, and be in captivity for the sake of the amusement of a couple of humans. It's kind of a sad thing when you think about it, as opposed to being like a wild animal that just has like the freedom to roam around in the oceans. But when you're a young kid, you don't really understand that shit. You just see like a cool video, you see a movie called Free Willy, and you're like, damn, I wanna be a killer whale trainer, or I guess in Dutch we call them orcas. So that's why that reminds me of it. Yeah, dance monkey. Yeah, exactly. It's like as a kid you don't understand that shit. You just see a cool animal and you're like, dude, I want to be that. But as you grow older, you're like, wait a second. I have the same issue with a lot of zoos as well. Like, it's like I don't go to zoos at all, like I used to as a kid. But just because I love animals, I love animals. I think animals are great. But then as a kid, you just see the animal, right? And you're just like, oh, wow, the animal, awesome. Oh, monkey, great. But then when you grow older, you're like, wait a second. Wait a second. Why are these animals in fucking cages for our amusement, And when you learn about the whole industry behind it of like animals being bred in captivity, or like and there's degrees to it as well, of course, because there are places that are, like breeding endangered animals and saving these animals from going extinct. And sure, like there's definitely things there to be said for it being, a good thing as well. There's also the whole education aspect of like teaching kids about certain animals, but then there's also a lot of places that'll be like a zoo. Those animals are just there for like entertainment purposes, and at that point I'm like, that's kind of fucking sad. Anyways, tangent. Just because the track is called Orca, let's have a little listen. We had the same book. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if that's a thing elsewhere in the world, but like I know in Dutch society, like every kid will have that book in elementary school. Vriendenboekje. Long intro bad for streaming services. Fucking who cares? Gotta fight the TikTok brain some way, Oh, that's actually a pretty decent one. Nice groove. Yeah, I'm from the argument, like you can cater to what the streaming services want, and like making tracks shorter just for the sake of, like keeping people's attention. But it's kind of a vicious circle, right? Like, people are already, having TikTok brain right now. And then you're just gonna play into that and make things shorter to accommodate their TikTok brain, It's only gonna make it worse. So, I mean, I don't really care a long intro. I'm fine with it. Like, fuck what streaming platforms want. Fuck what does best in the algorithm, Like, I don't care. I'm from the old days. I've listened to drum and bass tracks with a fucking 4-minute intro. So, like, I'm fine with that. As long as the track is cool, Yeah, groove between the bass and the drums is nice here. Yeah, +1 Greedo. I feel like it's lacking some stuff here. You can also see it. There's like a good dip here, and it feels like it has room for some stuff in this area. Or just some brightness in general. That delayed synth was kind of cool. Yeah, definitely want some brightness up there, around 2K. I actually enjoyed this a lot. Actually enjoyed that one a lot. Yeah, just the mix, maybe tweak it a little bit. Somebody's saying needs hook. I think this is fine, honestly. Maybe the first section of the drop has a, it's a little empty, but at the same time, like, I listen to a lot of minimal drum and bass, and they will have like the most fucking empty drops ever, like it'll be it's in the fucking name, like minimalistic, and it's all about like using not too many elements but still making it work as a nice tune, and it doesn't have to be a complete full wall of sound, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. Right, and I actually think this is fine, the way this is. And also yeah, it kind of progresses over time, which is nice. That's like a cool thing to do. It starts really minimalistic, and then over time there's more mid-range elements coming in. It keeps it interesting, at least. Like, it doesn't get repetitive, which is nice. I just do think that the mix, it needs some more 2K. Like, not too much, but like something in this area, because you can see we have a massive dip happening here in the frequency spectrum, and it kind of sounds dull a little bit when I take it out, and with it just opens up, it just becomes brighter, which is nice. The snare comes through more, the hi-hats become a little bit more present, and especially with something that is more minimalistic, that helps to kind of fill out everything, makes it sound a bit more fuller. Like, the sub is fine, sub is good level. There's a couple of moments where it might be a little white, but I'm looking at the... Fuck, I forgot the name again. Phase correlation meter. I'm looking at that one here, and I can see that it stays above 0, so it's probably fine. Like, when you're looking at a meter like this, especially a multiband one, you might actually see the mid and highs go below 0 every once in a while, but just for a short moment. And that is fine, because most of the time what that is just a reverb tail, when other things cut out and there's just a reverb tail still there. Like, that will almost always go into the negatives, and that's fine if it just happens for a short moment. But with sub-frequencies, you don't want to have that. But I can see that it's staying well above 0, so that's fine, even though there's some width. That's kind of like what I said earlier about having some width in the low frequencies can be fine, and it is actually nice to have. And in this one, even though there's some width in the low frequencies, it doesn't go below 0 on that meter, so it's fine. It's actually good. Yeah, enjoyed that one. Nice. Let's move on, because it's 1 AM here and we still got 3 tracks to go. So let's check. What do we got? Jekka. Is that the artist or is that the track title? Maybe compressing the sub frequency a little bit. I think for this kind of drum and bass, the more sort of like minimalistic kind of thing, I don't think it's that bad if the sub is a little bit more dynamic. Like, if it's a really heavy, like, drum and bass track, like heavy neuro or something like that, then yeah, sure, most of the time things are soft clipped to fucking shit, you know? And I would even agree, sometimes too much, and I would appreciate a little bit more dynamics. But with more minimalistic drum and bass, like, if you look at, like, the waveform of, like, tracks released on... What is a good example? Like, let's say Shogun Audio, which is, like, a really good label for drum and bass that, like, releases the more, like, you know, like, the typical, like, UK drum and bass kind of stuff, which is a bit more minimalistic, a bit more groovy, sometimes a bit jazzy. The sub will actually be a lot more dynamic than in a lot of drum and bass, especially like modern drum and bass. Critical music, another good one. Overview, another good example. Anything sort of like, I guess Overview isn't UK. Overview is US based, I believe. But anything sort of like that, sort of like Bristol sound that people associate when you say like the sound of like Bristol, right? The city in the UK where a lot of these drum and bass kind of things come from. And it's of course like broader than that, but like the Bristol sound is sort of like a term in UK dance music. And the sub is often a lot more dynamic than you would see in a lot of other styles of drum and bass. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Like the loudness war has reached points now where we're actually sacrificing the quality of tracks a lot of times. I would even argue, like, when I look at the waveform of tracks of artists like Billen, like even his tracks have quite a bit of dynamics in the low frequencies. If you compare that to a lot of other neuro tracks, the sub is completely smashed. Like it's just a fucking sausage. Like the entire way through, it's just hitting the 0 decibel mark. Like, and I'm like, a lot of times it's actually better to have it a little bit more dynamic. That doesn't mean that the track is gonna sound weak, you know? If the track is mixed well and the sub is just a tad more dynamic, and we're not talking about much, you know? We're not talking about the sub doing like massive jumps in volume, but your sub doesn't necessarily have to peak at 0 the entire way through. Of course, depending on the sound. Like if it's a sustained sine wave, there's not going to be much volume differences in that to begin with. But if it's like a bass line with movement, then the sub can follow that movement a little bit in terms of volume. And you can always turn the track up, right? In terms of the actual volume on your speakers. And that will basically always sound better than smashing the whole track to shit just for it to be loud. It's better to have it slightly more dynamic and then just turn the volume up ever so slightly. It's always going to sound better. Now, of course, there is a balance that has to be found, you know, because if it's too dynamic, that can also be a problem. But like I feel like, especially with a lot of when you look at not just drum and bass, but like a lot of electronic genres right now, especially the heavier electronic genres, we've kind of gone beyond the point where the tracks are becoming better by making them louder. We've now gotten at the point where people are still trying to one-up themselves or one-up each other and sacrificing the quality of their tracks in doing so. So yeah. It also depends on the track, of course. It's always gonna depend on the track. Some tracks just benefit from being absolutely smashed, while other tracks might sound better with a little bit more dynamics. And that's totally fine. But for this kind of more minimalistic drum and bass stuff, I actually prefer if it's a little bit more dynamic as opposed to completely smashed. So I don't really necessarily think that the sub needs to be more compressed. -2.5, -3.5 loves for neuro. Yeah, but that's already loud as fuck, you know? Like, depending on the neuro track, I would argue you could go more dynamic, actually. And it all depends on the track as well, of course. Like, if you have a really sustained bass that is the main bass of the track, that is always going to be reading out louder on an LUFS meter than a bass that is very rhythmic and that relies on like gaps between the rhythmic hits, you know? So the track itself and how the track is written and stuff like that will always influence sort of like how loud the track is as well. Like a really sustained sub, or like let's say like a Burr Oak track where they do like these really sustained sounds with like a chord layer on top or something like that. Those are gonna basically be hitting the 0 decibel mark, especially after mastering, and it's gonna be reading really loud on an LUFS meter, but it might actually sound quieter compared to a track that has like utilizes silence in between a more rhythmic bass line, because it's all about the contrast. Just because the track reads out really loud doesn't necessarily mean that it sounds loud. That's another thing. Silence is a really, really helpful thing in that kind of aspect to make a track sound louder than it actually is. And yeah, dynamics is, in my opinion, very important. I think we can get to a point now where we've kind of reached the maximum if you get what I mean. It's a fine balance though. Like, it's a fine balance. Too dynamic is also not good. But completely squashed, a lot of times, can also sacrifice the quality of the track. And you also have to keep in mind, like, the louder your track is made, like, if you completely squash your track, it might work really well in a club though. That's the one thing. Like, in a club setting, it might actually work really well. And that's also why sometimes you actually hear DJs talking about them making a separate mix for, like, or a separate master, I guess, for playing in the clubs. And then have the actual release be slightly more dynamic, whereas the one that they play in clubs is a little bit more squashed. Because in that setting, yeah, it works better most of the time. But, like, if you're making a track really loud and people are listening to it on their headphones or, I don't know, on their whatever you want to use to play your tracks on or listen to music, if tracks are really squashed, it's also just going to lead to ear fatigue much quicker, especially on headphones. So just for the sake of like keeping a listener, you know, like playing your music or just listening to your music for longer periods of time, having it a little bit more dynamic is actually a good thing, because it prevents that from happening, or at least it minimizes it. So, like I said, it's a fine balance though. Like you can get really, really loud and still make good tracks. You can have tracks that are really dynamic and sound absolutely horrible, and vice versa. So, yeah, it all depends on the track, and that's the most important thing, I guess. Okay, was that loud distorted for something that is my mistake, or... Ah, we still have this. I was like, wait. Oh, okay, it's still distorted. The impact is a bit loud at the start. I can hear it just distorting the rest of the track. And it also has a ton of width. Like, the impact itself is distorting the high frequencies that are sitting there. By the way, whose track is this? Is the track called Jacka? I guess the track title is Jacka. Track's cool though, yeah. But I would argue that this is really pushing it in terms of how loud it is. Like, we're actually clipping on the master, and I was checking if that was because of something that I'm doing here, but it's not. It's actually in the waveform. It's in the file. Like even on this section, we're already going above 0. And then here, you know, immediately then shooting up to +2. And then there's a drop. I don't know who the artist is. It's not named properly. I can see what the name is in Discord, but... Okay, is that the end? Yeah, that's the end. One thing I don't like about it, I actually do like it. It's a nice tune. Maybe a tad loud, could maybe slightly more mixed a little quieter. But there's one thing I don't like, and that is this frequency right here. It's like a synth or something that is, or like some like pad-ish kind of layer that sits there during the entire track. I guess at an F-sharp 5. And it just sits there in the background during the drop. I believe in the intro as well. Yeah. It's there. You can even see it right here. It's just this sustained frequency. And it sits in the drop as well. I don't like that one. I think it doesn't need that. The track is already loud as fuck to begin with. It doesn't need this sustained frequency going through it. See, and the entire way through, the entire track through, you can hear it. It's here. Get the fuck up! It's there. You can see it here as well, popping up. Right there. It just stays there the entire way through. That is the only real complaint I have about it, and maybe that it's mixed a little too loud. You can see it on the waveform here as well. All these red areas are where it actually goes over 0, and it's actually clipping. Maybe it would be better if he didn't use it all the way through. Yeah, true. You could use it in some areas, but I'm wondering if it actually needs to be there. Like, it actually starts at the start of the tune, and then it just continues all the way to the end. It could work in some areas, sure. So like the bass synth kind of layer in the intro here is kind of wide. It loses a lot of its volume in mono, which it is the intro, but still, like it's a pretty sort of like main element of the intro, so like up front. But then in mono it kind of disappears. Or at least the lows of it disappear, and that's because they're really wide. And I'm also noticing this peak here. You can see it here as well. That bass, or I assume it's coming from the bass here, could probably do with a little high pass. There's this sort of like frequency sitting at the bottom. It's like it's not really adding anything to your track. It's below the frequency level that we will actually be able to hear as a human being. So it's just eating up headroom. Wow, it's not really adding anything to the track. So probably could get rid of it by just high passing whatever sound is creating this really low frequency. Sometimes can be an effect of like FM synthesis sometimes tends to create those really low frequencies. It can also be a result of of other things, but most commonly when I get these kind of really low sort of like sustained frequencies in the sound, it's usually because of I'm doing some kind of FM, and that creates it. And like you don't really need it. It's just sitting there eating up headroom, actually making it harder to make it, or actually eating away sort of like a room for your track to be loud. And especially with a sound that's sitting in the intro, you know, it's just not necessarily needed. You can see it here as well, actually. So I'm wondering if it's the main bass layer, because that comes in there. But it's also here in front of it, so I would check where that sound is coming from, that low frequency. No, I'm also talking about a sound that we do hear, which that one is sitting up here. Like there's two. There's two. I'm not sure if this really low one sustains in the drop, but the one that we hear up top here, that's sitting around an F-sharp 5, that one is sustaining all the way through, from the start of the track to the end. That one we don't need at all, or could maybe use in certain areas, but it's also kind of bugging me that I can hear that frequency all the way through the track. This one down here, you don't hear. It's just sitting there, you don't hear it. It's below the frequency range that a human can even hear. And it's probably the result of something that you're doing in the track in terms of processing. Like I said, could be FM, could be just whatever is happening, you know. Like sometimes vintage like emulation plugins will have this sort of like low hum that they would call it. It could also just be a result of some kind of DC offset, which I don't necessarily think is happening just looking at the waveform, but a DC offset will also show up as like this, basically. Yeah, it's tough to see if it's still here during the drop because the sub bass comes in and it's so much louder. Because I do think that that frequency that's sitting at the bottom there is not that loud. But I think it's still there, actually. Oh no, maybe it does go away. Like just looking at these two areas, like it looks like there's a brighter area here as opposed to here. So I do think it's only present in the intro and the break, maybe. Oh, it's not there in the break. Oh, wait, it is there. It just comes up. It starts quieter. So maybe it's part of the pad or something. Because it's definitely already there before this sort of like intro bass comes in. So I think it's part of the pad, which makes sense. A lot of pads will use like some kind of FM or like sometimes be based on like samples or stuff like that. And those could contain that. So like with that, you don't really need it. You know, it's just like, what is that? That is 20 hertz. You know, like 20 hertz, you're not gonna hear that. Like, I would be surprised if you're able to hear a sub bass at 20 hertz as a human. So you might feel the pressure if it's loud enough, but hearing it, I don't think so. So at that point, you know, just cut it off. You don't really need it. But the audible one, yeah. The audible one, here you can hear it really, really clearly in this area. And you can see it here as well. And that one, especially because it's just sustained the entire track through, it just becomes annoying. Get the fuck up! And then you can, like, in the drops, you can still hear it. But then higher, like my voice won't be able to sing it that high, but other than that, I do like the tune. Just wish it was a little bit mixed, maybe a little bit quieter or a little bit more dynamic, because it's completely smashed to the point where it's clipping above 0. But track is nice though. Track is nice. So let's see. We have 2 more tracks to go. Next one up is gonna be. How am I gonna pronounce that? Spupted? Spupted? With a track called Smoky. This looks loud as fuck. Holy shit. Do you want a sausage, mate? Sir, I got a sausage for you. The noise was back. It's my can of water. It keeps making noise. Shut up. Smoky. It's dubstep. Okay. Let's see. Ended a little abruptly there, but that's just a tiny little thing. I wish it faded out a little bit longer. I absolutely love this. Sure, it's fucking loud, but the groove is really nice. Like the ARP melody really carries this one, honestly. But the ARP is also amazing, so it's a really good one. I actually hope that someday we'll get more dubstep, but I actually want people to send in some UK dubstep style stuff. Like I grew up listening to like early UK dubstep so much. And there's definitely been a resurgence of that kind of music in last few years. Maybe even more than last few years, I guess. Maybe it never went away, but like I guess these days people call it 140, right? This is kind of far away from that, if that makes sense. But I do like it a lot. Yeah, some cyberpunk vibes. Yeah, could definitely fit in something like that. Absolutely. Again, just like the last one, maybe a tad loud. Like it's completely smashed. And I think especially in sections like these where the synths are like sort of like a very big part of it, it's actually sacrificing the quality of the track. Sure, it might be loud and it might sound great in like when you're playing it on your speakers and you're cranking it up, but on headphones, like it's actually distorting the synths because it's so loud and it's so squashed. And for like listening to something like this for longer periods of time, a little bit more dynamics would actually be good. And it will probably sound better. Like I know it's a fine balance to get, but still, like you can see it in the waveform. It's an absolute sausage. I'm going to sound like an old man, but I'm resisting the urge to go watch the Turkish drama that I got hooked on because of Facebook ads. Okay. Hey, if you want to go watch the Turkish drama, then go watch the Turkish drama, mate. You don't have to stay here for me. I think the flow of the track was actually pretty alright. Like this area is high, you know? I actually don't mind it going that quickly into so like the main section of the track. I don't mind it. Could be maybe cool with a little bit of a longer intro, but at the same time I don't mind this. So I think it's fine. I do like the energy that it has, though. Like, the energy is great. So like the quick-paced arpeggiator, and the arpeggiator also having like a ton of like, or at least the arpeggiator rhythm also having like a ton of bass, and it has a lot of energy, which is good. Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. Not really too much to comment on in terms of like bad things, like other than it maybe being absolutely squashed and just being complete turned into like a sausage. I do enjoy it a lot. So, let's see. We have one more tune, or do we have more in the Discord? Fuck, I forgot to like the tunes in the Discord. But no, I think this is actually the last one. So that will be the last one for tonight. Let's see what we got here. We got, what is that? Down tempo mastering something. Whose track is this? Okay, I guess it's Music B. That's the name in the Discord. Let's see. He says this is his first track. Kinda like down tempo. Sorry if it's shit. Don't worry. We've all started somewhere. Let's see if we can give you some good feedback on this one. Submissions can go through Discord. I'll put the link in chat. Not for tonight, because this is gonna be the last one, but that way you know where to go. Like this area here at the start, it kind of sounds empty, but I also kind of like a minimalistic vibe. So when you have a minimalistic vibe like that, a lot of times you can actually get away with pushing the high frequencies quite a bit. And I don't mean like pushing it on the master, but like having some elements in the high frequencies be quite a bit louder than what they currently are. Because it will add like a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of shimmer on top, and that will sort of like fill out the whole frequency spectrum a bit. So then you can get away with like a more minimalistic thing. Like obviously it'll bring up that noise as well, but like those high-end percussion elements, like if those are louder, it fills the whole thing up a bit. Actually, I have to push it quite a bit here to get it to a level where I would like it to be. There's actually quite a lot of stuff happening there. It's just really quiet. And if it's louder, it just adds a bit of texture, you know? Especially with something that is this minimalistic, you know, it can help to have that sort of like texture in the high frequencies. But obviously some elements like noise and stuff you don't want to push that much because it might get a bit annoying. Yeah, like that hi-hat is already. I guess the more like Foley percussion in the intro, that one's a lot more high frequencies, whereas the hi-hat here and stuff like that might still also want a little bit of it, but just less, because otherwise it's gonna be too much. But like that sort of like Foley percussion stuff in the intro, that can be a lot louder, or at least the high frequencies of it can be a lot louder. And I also guess the bass. Like if I'm gonna boost that, it's gonna boost the kick drum, so I can't really boost that, but like the bass is really quiet compared to the rest. Plus the bass also sits a bit high. Like isn't the bass sitting right? Yeah, depending on where it is in the track. Like right now we got it here, and then here. But it's really quiet in terms of like the rest of the track, especially the drums are a lot louder than a lot of the other elements. Here we can see just the bass, like this stuff. Like it's sitting pretty high up in the frequency area. Like usually it'll sit somewhere around here. So it's a bit of a high-pitched kind of bass thing. But it's also really quiet compared to the drums. Yeah, melody is like it's cool, but at the same time it's not really that special or interesting. But you know, if it's your first track, I can kind of understand. I get why. Like that just comes with experience, you know. Why this is not updating. Okay, there we go. It does have a bit of a hypnotic vibe, yeah, exactly. Oh, we got a rogue aiming break coming in. Nice. The drum and bass people in here are gonna be like, hey, we got an amen. I love a good amen break, you know? Yeah, it's all right. Like, especially for a first tune, it's good, you know. I don't know why my Ableton is refusing to show me the end here. There we go. Love the amens. Yeah, I think in general right now, the track itself, like songwriting wise, is not too interesting. It's all pretty simple, pretty basic. But again, like I said before, like that comes with experience. You'll get better with that over time. Just write more music, you know. And you'll get there. You know, that's just a matter of just making more music. The one thing I really would like to emphasize with this one though, like, because it's so minimalistic, this area here, the high frequencies, can help a lot to, even though something is minimalistic, have it feel more full. Even though it's not necessarily that full, like it's in the word minimalistic, right? There isn't too much in that. But then like that little texture at top, even though it's not like really loud, that texture can really help to make something that is very minimalistic otherwise still feel full. Actually, like it's completely different music though, but like minimal drum and bass can actually be pretty good at that, which is a really good example. It's obviously a completely different kind of music, but minimal drum and bass compared to a lot of heavier drum and bass is actually really minimal in terms of its arrangement. And a lot of times there are subtle high frequency elements in there that just help to give it that fullness. And if you take those out, like you might not notice them too much when you listen to it, but when you take them out, it's like, oh my god, the track feels empty suddenly. And with this track, I would definitely argue that the sort of like the Foley percussion, the stuff that you hear here, like that just wants to be pushed in the high frequencies, so it's like louder. Like that stuff, you know? It will just give it that extra bit of sparkle to fill everything up. And then obviously that noise that comes in is just a bit too much when we push it this much, but like I'm doing almost a 20 dB boost, so that's a lot. But that stuff right there will help to make this sound fuller than it actually is, which is good. So, but for a first track, I mean, it's not bad. Like, you should have heard my first tunes, mate. They were absolutely horrible. All tracks should have an amen. I agree. I agree. You can never go wrong with an amen break. Like if the fucking Powerpuff Team song can get away with a name and break, then any kind of music can, you know? Am I right? Yeah, and feel free to send in more stuff in future streams, you know? Like we do these feedback streams usually once a month. Most of the times we'll do them on the first Friday of the month. Sometimes we'll do them on a different day, like this month. But most of the time it'll be the first Friday of the month. So feel free next time to send another track. And it's actually fun if I see people progress over time, so I like that. And I would love to hear more. Also, you heard me before. I would love to hear some UK style dubstep someday on these streams. Today we had some kind of a dubstep track. I actually would say that this track by what was it again? Spotted, which is I now also noticed that is an anagram for dubstep. That's actually pretty far away from what dubstep originally was. I guess you could still call it dubstep, but it's kind of pushing it maybe. I would almost argue that it's its own thing. I love UK dubstep, so I would like to see some of that someday as well. Could be cool for one of these future streams. But yeah, good stream. We had some cool music. Always enjoy listening to you guys' stuff. So thanks. I'll be back again next week. It's 2 a.m., so I'm gonna call it quits. By the way, if you wanna join me on Skate, on the game Skate, then just search Artifacts and you'll probably find me. I'll be on there mostly in the evening sometimes. If you do wanna join in, just add me on there, and maybe I'll see some of you there someday. There's actually gonna be a meetup tomorrow, so I'm part of a team of some people that we organize meetings, and this is gonna be the third meetup in a row. We've done 3 meetups now in the past weeks, and every week we've done one. And tomorrow is gonna be the third one in a row, third week in a row. So yeah, add me on that game if you want to be part of that. I guess just search Artifacts, I guess, and you'll find me. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be there, taking some screenshots probably, because that's my task on the team, is to make cool pictures. And that's what I'm doing tomorrow. So thanks for tonight. I'm gonna go and make some food. And we'll be back next week. So next week, probably around 9 p.m. Amsterdam time, I'll be back on. Probably doing some production. I've been working on some drum and bass in the past week as well. So I'll see what we'll do next week. Maybe we'll work on that on that track. Maybe we'll work on something different. Maybe we'll do some sound design. I don't know yet. Kind of depends on what I'm feeling like. So thanks. Yeah, have a good night as well. And join the Discord, by the way, if you are not a member of the Discord yet. Like most of you that are here probably are, because we're doing the feedback session, and to submit you need to be in the Discord. But if you're not, then join the Discord using this link. And if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. That link will also be in the chat. Actually, now I do that, I also just reminded myself I should post the next Patreon pack, which is, I guess, close to being done. I still need to make some of the sounds for it. Maybe I'll release them as 2 packs. Because I have made a pack with risers, which is like 50 riser samples. I guess I'll just release those this weekend or in the upcoming week, and then I'll make the other ones that I was making. I've made like a couple of those right now. They're basically like similar sounds to a riser, except that they're not rising in pitch. So they're more like, I guess, sounds that are building tension, but without the pitch actually rising. So it's more like a, like a reverse sweep kind of sound. I guess that can be a separate pack maybe, so that way I can release the ones that I currently have. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So see if I can put those up this weekend, and if not, I'll probably put them up next week. Thanks. I'll be in the Discord though, so I'm gonna eat something, and after that I'll be in the Discord. So if you want to have a chat or anything, then I'll see you there. Thanks, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace, and we'll play one of these tracks as the outro. Which one are we gonna play? Fuck it, let's play the metal tune. Why not? I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
Just want my fucking life.